Yay.
One down. Oh, okay. I'm Taylor, and I play Aquila, the Goliath blood hunter of the Lycan Order.
My name's okay. Oh, cool, good. My name's Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock.
Okay. Well, my name is Arlene. I play Tali, the wood elf cleric.
And I'm Christian. I play Omen, the Rom war mage.
And I'm Stephanie. I play Sevgi, and she's a human sorcerer.
Where are my notes?
I was unconscious a lot, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we picked up a pet making a beeline for Janavium, because Omen was out of commission and had an excess of spears, more spears internally than someone should have. On our way, or actually, I think over the night before we headed out, we noticed the big army that we thought was going to make a beeline for Genovium didn't actually do that and seemed to just be sitting on their asses, which is concerning. But made the push for Genovium. I think it took us 2 days to get there. And as soon as we got in, we headed for the essentially hospital. I forget exactly what it was called.
It's something hill. It was
No,
I wrote it down.
it's Mother Grisandra.
Grisandrian
Yeah.
Grisandrian Hill Hospital.
It's like, together we got there eventually.
To get Omen de-speared, get Sevgi's get Sevgi's leg fixed up, and our 2 scholar friends patched up.
Friends.
Acquaintances. We all survived an undead horde together. I think at this point, if that doesn't make you friends, I don't know what does.
We are now bonded.
So after dropping them off, Aquila and Tali went to go talk to Archmage Malkazeer, the individual who put us on this path in the first place. Well, kind of. Yes. Archmage of icky undead things and being generally creepy. Talk to oh.
Oh, Alessandra. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
I mean, I remember you telling us when I asked if she was breathing.
Yeah. That's a different creepy thing about him. Yes. I'll let either Aquila or Tali go over what happened there. Oh. Yeah, I can while someone else is talking.
Well, we did leave out the part where Aquila paid like a platinum for a few peppers. So
That was literally
sad.
not what it was about.
But
Yes, I know. We're platinum for peppers rich.
but okay, yeah, we talked to Malkazeer. We brought Charius's head with us that we could speak with dead on the head.
The severed
We got
the severed head of
some
Chadius.
information. Yeah. Chadius. He basically just kind of hinted that Charlotte wasn't the only one raised, so that could mean something. And Malkazeer asked who else knows about this, and we told him that was Aquila's people and Nails Noah and also Regina. And then that's when we found out that Nails Noah was actually attacked. But I think there were some other attacks in like outlying villages or something like that.
Some of the farms on the way there, but
Yeah, the farms.
no big organized force like we had been expecting to roll up to Naos Noah.
Yeah.
And
And
that was
we also learned that
that was the point where I think Keela said that, or came to a sort of conclusion that, attacking Naos Noah was something that Shilohway had wanted, but, whoever's pulling the strings now, that was not what they wanted.
yeah. Oh, and also it's most likely that either all or most of Shilohway's soul was returned because she has all of her soulbound thingies. And after that, we were heading back to the inn that we were in. Ander paid Omen's tab. And I think Sebgi's too. I think that was included in there.
Mm-hmm.
We stopped. Akila and Tali stopped to buy some, supplies. Well, Tali bought diamonds. Akila bought stuff to make potions, and also bought some pastries and stuff. And wait. And the next day we ended up taking Omen's stuff to get repaired. His armor, because his armor had holes in it from being
The
speared
spears
a few times. Yep.
from being skewered.
Ander ended up going to a dwarven bar to ask about the best dwarven blacksmith to get it fixed.
Mm-hmm.
And then we went to go visit Omen in the hospital, and we were being watched.
And there was something clearly reading our thoughts too.
Yes. We don't know that.
We assume.
Technically.
Our characters don't know that. We do.
Yeah. Players know that. Characters are still unaware. So there wasn't much to do after that. We were thinking about going back to Dupont to see if Lorraine had any new information for us, but Lorraine would most likely not have any information yet. So yeah. We found out that the spears that Omen had were sent to the Arcane Census.
Yeah, to Malkazeer.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Quick interlude before we start. Actually, some technical difficulties. Thank you to History Kimma for pointing out that I was silent. My mic wasn't working, so I toggled some things, pulled things in and out, pressed some buttons, and people should be able to hear me now. So if you can't, let me know. But I'm getting, the green bars on my my sound bar here. So we should be good to go. That means you missed my rambling intro, but that's fine. Just look down at the cards. It has all kinds of links for you to go and support the channel and be friends with all of us. So let's just dive into this instead of doing that all over again. So to set the scene, we ended last game as you were finishing up your conversation with Omen at the Grisandrian Hill Hospital. I'm completely fine, or I intended to begin this session just skipping to the next morning, since it was already well into the evening at this point, so unless there's anything super pertinent you want to do, I assume that Akila is primarily spending all the time she can with the alchemist that she hired to help make her potion.
Yeah.
And other than that, you had some shopping that you guys wanted to do that we've already done, I believe, and that's just going on throughout the couple days that you guys had been waiting for Omen.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Akila had wanted to visit the Temple of Tenbray.
Okay. Yeah, we can pick up on that tomorrow on the
that's fine.
Yeah, the 39th. It'll be the 39th of Edom. This will be Omen's last day in the hospital. So you'll be able to pick him up in the evening or so, whenever is most convenient. And then the armor and your potion will be done either late tonight or early tomorrow, whenever you want to get them. So you should be set to go the next day, on the 1st, if you choose to. Okay. Well, let me throw it to you guys as to what you want to do for today. I know, Taylor, you said you wanted Akila to go to the Church of Tenbrea.
Yeah.
We should probably burn down the hospital to make sure whoever was spying on us doesn't,
We don't know that they were. That's the problem. We can't make a habit of burning down hospitals. We really can't.
Other D&D players do it.
We're not other D&D players.
But yes, you can go do your awkward religious thing.
Gee, thanks for reminding me that Akila's terrible at religion. He's trying.
Yeah, yeah, and that's
She'll get there eventually.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's how things work. Very very practical relationship with the gods. It's all about putting in the effort. Okay. Well, if that's the primary thing that we want to do today, it is kind of a down day. We don't need to worry about too much. We can fast forward. Let's go to the Church of Tembrea. Now,
Actually, just real quick before we start that, if we do have a down day, kind of, just to set up for some other stuff later, before Aquila leaves, Andrew's going to come up to her. Can I borrow that tablet that you've been holding on to for a little bit?
The one that goes back and
Yes.
forth to. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. And Andrew's going to spend some time while he's got it studying it, like trying to.
Don't break
okay,
it.
okay.
I had thought that maybe we should try to have another talk with Malkazeer before we leave. Well, perhaps someone other than Tali and myself being there to talk would be more productive.
Andrew just kind of like eyes kind of dart around. Who would you be referring to?
Unfortunately, you are the best for talking.
Yes. I don't suppose you could get him to meet us somewhere outside of the census.
Probably not. I don't have that kind of pull. Look, if you're not carrying anything suspicious, they won't give a damn about you. It's not like they can scan. It's not like they can. Well, they can look into your head, but they probably won't if you're not doing anything strange.
To be fair, I generally avoid going anywhere without a few things that are quite suspicious.
Well, you may have to ditch them for a little bit.
Or you could just learn to talk to someone without being, well, you.
Yes. And how are you doing at learning to talk to people not like you?
Well, considering you're asking me to do talking, I imagine I'm doing okay. Do talking.
Are you
We
sure
can
you're
deal with that.
okay?
Go be weird with your god. Or saint. Whatever it is.
Yes,
We'll
you
discuss
enjoy
this when we all get
you
together.
enjoy spending time with the oil slick in the back of your head.
And yeah, Andrew's going to go off and work on trying to dissect how these tablets work
Okay.
for later things.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Okay.
Okay. Just so I can think about juggling time appropriately in case anything else is going on, is Tali or Sevgi doing anything? Also, Omen, if there's anything you can think of doing in the hospital.
How angry would everybody get at me if I just started killing my nurses?
Gary?
Pretty
I mean,
angry. It's extremely frowned upon, I'm sure.
yeah, I'm not breaking you out of prison.
Well, Tali was gonna, since Omen's gonna be bored in the hospital all day, probably bring his dragon chess set and play dragon chess with him for a little bit.
Yeah,
and
do
keep him
that.
company.
All right.
He doesn't murder his nurses.
that might be the only thing that saves them.
Whisper to them, you have no idea how close you came to death.
Oh, that'll make things
Leave while
good
you
for
still
us.
can.
You guys are all going to be thrown in the insane asylum.
I don't know. Would my license get me out?
I don't know. You want to try?
Oh,
It's when the real
Talia
kid-
almost got there once. She could probably get there.
Yeah.
What?
Did I come up with something? Yes. The twice spoken asylum. Yeah. You guys may be thrown in the twice spoken asylum.
No.
Anyway.
which shall furthermore be known as the People's Dissension.
Sure.
I like it.
Okay.
Catchy.
Anything from Sebgi today?
Nothing in particular today.
Okay.
The rest of that leg.
Would you like to try to help Ander out with playing with this tablet, or do you want to keep Omen company with Tali?
You guys welcome to join. We can switch out once in a while.
Sure, I'll go with Tali and Omen.
Okay. Okay.
Everybody gets beaten Dragon Jess.
Tali and Suki can go spend the majority of the day over at the Grisandrian Hospital with Omen, playing some dragon chess and talking about things and urging nurses out of the room quickly. Ander will spend the majority of the day in contemplation of this tablet, and we'll see how that works out.
I suppose it's null. I realize I jumped the gun a little bit because I don't think I ever actually got approval on what this was all for officially.
What do you mean?
That the ability, we talked about this before, that was essentially the tablets. I'll send it to you. And
Okay.
it was something.
It's a secret.
Yeah, I know we discussed some things, but I don't know if we landed anywhere.
We didn't, which is why I realized I'm jumping the gun. So if it wasn't approved, it doesn't matter. But
Well,
it's something you would
is something
try.
that's going to take a while.
Yes.
Learning,
That's why I was trying to
learning a
get it
magic
started.
item and then making a new magic item will take a while to do.
That's why I was trying to get started.
Right.
Because I realized I should probably work on that for a while before level time.
Okay. So, Aquila, you can head further into the city.
Okay.
And you are familiar with where the main church street is. There's a whole long, very, very opulently decorated, colonnaded road that is lined with all the major churches of the Genavian pantheon that leads up to the main Capitoline Hill with the Senate offices and various palaces and just other administrative areas. So you can find your way there rather easily, and I believe you've been up and down this place before, so you've seen the Church of Timbrea, and the Church of Timbrea is not being that Timbrea is the mother deity for the pantheon, the All-Mother, the deity from whom all other gods were created. Her church is rather small because she doesn't have a large following. Those, however, the devoted to her, however, are very focused in maintaining that specific aspect of religious service within the pantheon. It is, and I say small, that is compared to the other grand churches of the area, grand cathedrals and basilica. It's a dark building. It looks like it is either made or at least lined with this black marble. very typical basilica architecture. And you can go through a couple rows of columns and into the main foyer area to this temple.
Mhm.
It is quite dark in here. There are a number of stained glass windows, but they use glass that blocks much of the light.
Yeah, more
They
opaque
are
glass.
Hmm?
More opaque glass.
Right. They use more opaque glass. Glass is tinted to be darker blues and purples and grays. Every now and then, with little pieces of just clear glass throughout the whatever stained glass piece of artwork, scenery that the windows detail. Usually involved in some sort of imagery of the night sky. And that leaves this sort of dappled, speckled beams of light to come into the temple and just sort of spark off of the black marble floor. Inside, not only is it dark, but it is absolutely silent. This is one of the few churches where the doors are kept closed. So you have to go through a few rows of columns, and you get to these large, dark wood doors. They do open with relative ease, and they close softly behind you. And inside it is dark and it is silent. You can just barely hear the din of the street outside, which does have a number of passerbys as they go to various other churches or up and down between the administrative and commercial areas of the city. But a lot quieter than you would expect, as if there is some sort of magical or divine barrier. But still enough to remind you that civilization, companionship, the rest of the world is still outside. Inside this church, you see a small handful of figures in long black and gray hooded robes. They have these really fairly nondescript, a very nondescript style to them. They simply hang loosely off of their bodies. The veils on their hood do come down to just about the chin every now and then. When one may look up in your direction, you can just barely catch the chin or a neckline before it is just black and gray fabric. Very much in the style of the holy symbol of Tembrea, which is simply a knot of black and gray fabric, as you know. There are not pews in this church, not benches, not even pillows or anything, but there are small stone platforms, only a few inches off the ground, where a few practitioners or priests or simply other clergymen are kneeling in contemplation, facing either a particular stained glass window or a statue or a bust of one of the saints, or simply looking out into this central the floor of the temple with its black marble does come to a point where there's a circle of silver that outlines what looks like possibly a large, we're talking 15-foot diameter circle of opal, perhaps. It has a sheen to it, but it is far more black, far more opaque, and with no other inclusions like the black marble that surrounds it. And there are priests who are simply clutching their holy symbols and looking into what is the darkest spot within this room. None of the light from the stained glass windows, all the light stops just at that silver outline. So it is pitch black in the center of this building. Beyond there are the three. I'm forgetting my religious terminology, my ancient religious architecture terminology. There are the three individual rooms where each of the saints are dedicated, and you are welcome to either stay in this main room, or you can go to whichever saint you would like to. You would know, of course. There is Mother Penelope, the patron saint of peace, the patron you originally had in mind, if not exactly worshipped to in any practical sense. There is also Armos the Lost, patron saint of dreams and hermits, and Lady Amertha, the patron saint of depression and widows, who not long ago, a few months at this point, did come to you in a dream of sorts on your journey up the Sword Peak mountain, which is known to be a rather enlightening experience. So I leave you in the Church of Timbrea.
Okay. I'm probably gonna go to the Lady Martha's room.
Let me also ask. I assume you're not wearing your armor for this.
No.
Are you wearing anything of particular note?
I mean, not especially. I mean, she is wearing the holy symbol that she has.
Okay. I will.
But I mean,
assume...
she's usually wearing that. She's just usually not wearing it out above her armor.
I would imagine that Akila's usual footwear, if she's not wearing, and even so, your usual footwear is probably some fairly heavy duty boots, right? I'm not trying to trick you into anything.
Oh, I know. I'm thinking about this because honestly, I tend to think of Akila preferring to go barefoot a lot of times. But in a city, that wouldn't make sense.
In a city and in combat, that wouldn't really make sense.
Oh, no, I'm saying it's like downtime.
But
she would prefer barefoot.
You could definitely have a pair of sandals, easily a pair of sandals.
Okay.
For just casual out about the town, which is good because you won't be clomping around this large echoey church. You'll have some fairly silent, soft-soled sandals. So that's good. That's what I was looking for. How much noise you will be making.
Okay. Yeah.
As you move through this temple.
Yeah. Because she grew up probably not wearing a whole lot of clothes with how hot it is down in the mountains.
Right. Okay. So you can move through this foyer space, and it is not as large as some of the other spaces, but it is still a small sort of grand cathedral. The ceiling does eventually pitch upward to a point with how dark material this architecture is made out of and the lack of light. It is just lost in darkness, and you can proceed through this room and to the individual room to Lady Amertha. Each has each has a dedication to each of the saints out front on. Can't remember any of my architecture words on the stone above the doorway, and while there is not a door, the divider between this main room and the smaller interior room of worship is a series of overlapping black and gray curtains, and you can push through that into this much smaller room. This much smaller room being perhaps 20 by 20, if that. And it is pitch black in here, or just nearly. It looks like there is the only source of light in this internal room. Looks like a small hole in the ceiling that probably passes through several layers of varying degrees of opaque glass before it shines down onto the statue of Lady Amertha. A figure that is actually fairly consistent with the image that you saw in your vision.
Which is really more of a silhouette.
And the light hits the statue as such. There is very little detail to this statue. Not that you could pick all that much out in the low light that you are presented with. But you pick up just a little bit of light that plays off of the carving of what would be the rippling of robes of cloth, and a soft but really detailless face. You don't see any distinct eyes or mouth, and what could be a veil or very flat hair. A very nondescript figure that is awash in very dim light that hits it to the point where it does project a silhouette back into the room.
Mm-hmm.
Inside, there are two other individuals, which
Okay.
which probably takes you a second to realize, because they are, of course, back in the darkness of this room, and you don't have dark vision.
Right.
But eventually, your eyes adjust enough to pick up the silhouette of two other individuals who are simply knelt there in front of this statue, silently, unmoving, not really paying you any mind.
Okay. I'm gonna find a place to kneel as well. Definitely trying not to disturb them.
Sure. Easy enough to do.
Okay. Yeah, and then gonna start and sort of go into contemplation, almost meditation on like her pack. And her, because when she thought that force was going to Neos Noah, she was very concerned she was going to lose them. And that, and she doesn't want to feel that sort of loss again. And at the same time, sort of trying to accept that that's a thing that could happen.
You find that last notion repeating through your mind. You delve into this contemplation, and the feelings of not necessarily the fear or anticipation that you experienced waiting to hear what would happen to your comrades, but that idea of possible loss and you find yourself rethinking various scenarios of how these companions who you haven't seen in a year or so at this point.
Yeah, just about.
You keep running through different scenarios where they're killed, they are lost. They are lost to you, one way or another. And it's certainly not a pleasant experience. You can feel that sort of rising heat in your chest, accompanied by this almost sort of cold sweat that you get from dealing with a loss of that nature. Mm-hmm. And you don't hear any voice. There's no direct contact. But eventually, and you'll spend more time in this than one, I think you anticipated, and two, that you will actually perceive. But over the course of the next few hours, at least, you will be stuck within your own mind, playing through those scenarios. And there's almost an urging to accept that is a possibility. As you previously said, come to terms that is not only a possibility, but an inevitability. Whether it is from combat, or from moving apart, or from mortality itself. Eventually, you will be all that there is. You will be all that there is to you. And so you contemplate on the duality between appreciating the time you have with people in the moment and trying to come to terms with being okay with having those people connect to you, knowing that eventually they will be no more. Lady Amertha is the patron saint of depression and widows, and widows is perhaps a colloquial term used for anybody who experiences a loss of someone who is particularly close to them. And while it is obviously not something that is celebrated or viewed as a positive force of nature, it is a force of nature. It is a necessary step, a necessary equation in the formula that is Adom's grand design. And so you are encouraged try to reconcile that. Is there anything else you would like to detail about this experience?
No, it's not something that sort of, sort of coming to this. I'm not even sure realization is quite the right word, but coming to that point, it's not necessarily a comforting thought.
No.
But it is sort of a completing thought.
Mm-hmm.
It's, the idea of the finality of it, there's something that sort of just wraps things up a bit more for her.
Mm-hmm. And of course, this isn't an immediate revelation that will change your life and how you interact with the course of people. This is a work in progress. This is the beginnings of reaching out to spirituality for an answer to a question that only the gods have the formula for.
Mm-hmm.
And the beginning of realization that there's simply a level of acceptance that you have to consider when forming relationships and worrying about what happens.
Yeah. And I suppose on some level, it's a difficult thing for her, the idea of having to lose people again in potentially violent and terrible ways.
Yeah, you find yourself repeating that again. And eventually, again, this takes the course of quite a few hours, but eventually that again becomes less everybody I know is going to die, and more of an appreciation that there are, again, people in your life that you care about in this way. And that even though a family will eventually die, if you don't have that family, if you don't have that connection in the first place, you will truly be empty. There will truly be nothing. And while Tembrea is the deity of darkness and lowliness and nothingness, it was her will that the rest of the Pantheon was spawned, and her will that encouraged them to create mortality, create Eos and the people and creatures who walk upon it, all in an effort to fill that void, to have that family. Because there is no point to nothingness, there is no point to the oblivion at the end of everything, if there was nothing to come before it. And very soon, as you are contemplating all of this, you lose sense of corporealness. You lose sense of where you are. You close your eyes, and eventually the minuscule amount of light that you can sense on the other side of your eyelids completely dissipates. The cold, hard floor beneath you just sort of seems to flow into your form. The shallow breathing, the gentle breathing of the two other individuals of the room becomes a rhythm, as if they are breathing together with you in unison, to the point where it is static noise and eventually just falls off, and you find yourself in nothingness to contemplate all of this. by the end of this time, of course, as I said, you have no recollection, no perception of how much time has passed. You do notice that when you finally come back to your senses, your palms are damp, and there's a dampness to your legs where you've probably been, gripping or rubbing, or whatever nervous tick you may have as you are dealing with difficult thoughts, or perhaps on the holy symbol, or whatever your nervous tick would be. And there's a slight dampness to your cheeks, as if you were gently crying. You get up and collect yourself and head out.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What time would it be when I get out?
Unless you have any major objections to it, I'm going to say it's around sunset. You spent all day
That's
here.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was just gonna say, depending on the time you said, I was probably gonna head back to the inn, which I'm probably gonna do around
Right.
sunset.
Yeah. You spent all day in here. I imagine you left fairly early, and by the time you get out, the sun is just beginning to crest over the cityscape and the wall. So you can head back to the inn.
Okay.
And you notice as you walk outside, even though it is sunset, or perhaps especially because it's sunset, the brightness outside compared to being inside literal darkness for
Hours.
10, 12 hours or so, it takes some time to readjust, and the walk back to the Deer and Dove where you are staying is an almost out of body experience, as you are trying to find your corporeal self again and get used to experiencing your normal level of perception.
Mm-hmm.
On top of processing everything you just went through.
Yeah, because there's definitely a lot of that too.
So back at the hospital.
I was gonna say, that was a lot less awkward.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. That was great.
Very deep.
I know. It's like, yes, for once I went to the church and it wasn't terrible.
Yeah. Back at the hospital, I'll leave this up to. Let me just set the stage. We find Omen, who at this point is doing a lot better. You're not sort of roped out in awkward positions while various salves and other wraps are applied to you. You're allowed to just lay in bed, probably propped up against the wall with some pillows. You're probably still fighting off some soreness and some stiffness, but much of the actual topical medication is no longer there. You'll be getting your last treatment of divine healing in the evening, in the late afternoon. But you're more or less all right at this point, and free to move about within your room. Inside we have Tali and Sevgi, who have brought your dragon chess board, and I'll leave it up to you three as to what you want to do, if there's anything in particular you want to play out. If not, I can say you
nothing
just.
that I had in mind. Nothing that I had in mind. I was just playing.
Okay, yeah.
Gonna play chess. Unless Omen or Sevgi had anything.
particular.
Okay.
that-
Have we all decided what our plan is? When you all were here yesterday, we seemed indecisive as to what to do next. Something about digging up a grave and perhaps going to meet with Saramov. Have you all
Well, I don't know what the. What were you gonna say?
spoken about anything else?
I don't think we really said anything concrete. Because we still have to wait for you to get out of this room, and then we still have to wait for your armor to be done, and I guess after that we'd be going back to DuPont.
I suppose that makes sense. But do we have a plan after that? We go back and retrieve this weapon and what then?
Well, Ander did already ask Lorraine to start looking into what's going on with cult and stuff. So we can see what she finds out.
Hopefully it's useful information.
Yeah.
I'm concerned as to where this horde continues to disappear to, seemingly without a trace. You'd think something of this size would be easy to track.
Well, if they're in the fields of peace, it's not really anything we can go in there and, prevent. Like they're in a dangerous area. We'd get sick if we go in there. The other one, I don't know where they could have gone. That's true. Maybe we can look at the map and see if there's anywhere that could hide an army. Like underground or something. I mean, they're probably used to being underground since they were all dead for so long. Underwater, maybe, because, they don't have to breathe, I don't think. Well, that'd be very unsanitary.
It's an interesting perspective. The Dead March beneath the seas. It sounds treacherous.
Yeah. Chadius' head did say that they were trying to grow their army, so maybe they're just in, I guess, a weird army storage place until they have enough.
I suppose anything is speculation only at this point.
Yeah.
Forgive me, I believe it was my move.
Yeah, I've been sitting here waiting on you. I thought you were still thinking.
Okay. Is that the scene? Or are you pausing? Dramatically.
And that's how I wrapped it up.
Okay, cool.
Did we roll to see who wins?
I mean, if you want to, we can do a best of 3 for Dragon Chess.
Cool. That just be a straight intelligence roll?
Yes, straight intelligence roll. If you have proficiency in your gaming kit, then that would apply.
Yes, that roll was not good.
So Omen starts out with a clear lead. He's using some sort of actual dragon chess opening strategy, whereas Tali, you're just moving pawns around.
It's funny because that's actually how I do play chess. It's like I know what all the pieces do, I just don't know strategies.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that looks about right.
Yeah. Again, Omen is definitely taking pieces from you. You feel like you're getting ahead because you take out one of his pieces and then another one of his pieces, and the next move he comes in and swoops one of your big important pieces out of the board. Yeah, he's trading pawns for much more valuable targets. All right.
Come on, nat 20. Ah, man.
Yeah,
Nope.
there really wasn't any coming back from that because it was best of 3 anyway. I mean, a 20 might have
Yeah.
put you in a draw state, but yeah, eventually Omen just whittles down all of your pieces, and eventually, I imagine he loses interest in the game and is more focused on the conversation you were just having. And as he's like, "Oh, it's my move," and you were like, "Yeah, I was just waiting on you while we were talking," and you don't realize that he's moved one of his pieces into checkmate. And that's it. Just like nonchalantly, just matter of factly, "Oh, it's my move, checkmate."
Cool.
Okay. Back at the inn.
They're in the inn.
Let's say
It's
in the inn or out the inn.
In the inn, Ander and Redna can take a look at this tablet.
I just picture like Anders sitting there like analyzing it, and Ren just on his head, just staring.
Okay.
Fun image.
Yeah. That's that's definitely how that works. Every now and then, Redna will slide down, just sort of poke at the tablet, and slide back up. Okay. I saw what you posted to me about your idea. We're going to need to tweak that a little bit, but I'm okay with the general concept, which I think is where we really didn't land on when we previously discussed it. But
yeah, that was from the new rule book that came out. Is one of the Tasha.
Right. Yeah, we'll work on something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
As far as getting it done, though, it will take some time to work on this. So go ahead and give me, because this is something you're working on throughout the course of the entire day, I presume. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check with advantage.
Yeah, where'd you go?
Well, okay.
All right.
Ooh.
And on the first one.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make some quick notes here. Ander tablet project.
Rocked that.
Just like magically disassembles it floating in the air. Yeah.
I mean, Akila did literally say not to break it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was gonna say, and then just puts it in. All right, I got it. No,
Okay.
obviously not. But
Tony Stark, you are not.
Okay.
picturing
so,
like one of those number scenes, equations.
Yeah, we can definitely lean into that. I was thinking something like that. So you take this tablet, and you understand that this is really only half of what is a singular magic item. It has a sister tablet, which you don't have on you to compare, but presumably it is largely identical, because they both function the same way. And over the course of the next several hours, again, you sit there with the tablet, and eventually, as you're trying to figure out how it works, you run through a few sort of theory crafting ideas. Nothing as formulaic as a wizard. You really don't understand the exact process of how sending works, let alone how it is infused into this tablet. But you're going about it from a theory crafting sort of way instead of a sort of arcane mathematics sort of way. And,
Yeah, I always kind of pictured it as like, since it's always, we talk about the arcane weave, not necessarily understanding what strings to pull, but trying to look at the strings, sort of find the patterns he sees, and then possibly compare them with like, hey Zadok, what do you think about this? Or Zadok saying, well, yeah, that's how they do it. This is a different way to do it. This string and this string together produce the same result instead of needing these 6 or 7 other ones.
So you're going back and forth in a conversation like this. You and this sort of oily voice in the back of your skull. And eventually Zadok goes, "Good. Now think deeper. Smaller. Remember."
Right. We know how this works.
And you concentrate, and again, instead of trying to figure out how other people are doing it, I imagine you close your eyes and you grip the tablet and you try to focus on it. There's nothing at first, and you fumble around and you reach for your staff, or you pull it out from wherever you have it and you reach for your staff. And you concentrate on that for a little bit, remembering the experience you had creating that with Zadok's help. Remember having your vision be pulled down to a minuscule level, revealing some sort of interpretation, object, force of some kind that allows magic to work, connects everything on the world, on Eos, and that being the foundation of what is known as the arcane weave, the arcane mesh. And reminding yourself about that, you go back to the tablet and you focus on that, and you can feel your fingers going white knuckled as you're gripping this thing. It's a magic item, so it's very sturdy. You're not going to snap it in half like a mundane chalkboard.
Can't read that strong.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You can feel your hands going white knuckled, and you can feel a chilling numbness in your fingertips, as if they are wet and cold and beginning to go numb and tingly. And you again focus down onto this tablet, and you can perceive, again, not necessarily see, but perceive these, who knows how small, infinitesimally small, sort of divoted pyramidal structures of some kind that form a sort of lattice work. And you know instinctually that they are connected. And it's through that connection, somehow, that you can express some sort of effect from one point to another. And over the course of the next few hours, you can try to get a lay of the structure of this tablet, the arcane building blocks of this tablet. And you can definitely feel there is a connection to something external, but you don't know how to access it. You haven't quite figured that out. But when you eventually pull yourself away from this meditation, you realize that the tablet is slick with this dark brownish oily substance. There's a small dripping pool of it down on your knees, running down your pant leg onto the floor. Redna is actually attached to the back of the tablet, a series of eye stalks, curled forward, looking down at what you're doing. Almost, or seemingly, one with that oil slick that has, run down from presumably your hands, as if once again you and Redna have merged. And as you come to, Redna sort of slides off of the tablet and back up your arm, taking some of the oil with it and going about being Redna. And
awesome.
You remove your hands, you wipe them off, you find a rag of some sort and wipe down the tablet, and you see, even though you have not written anything, it's not in chalk, you can see just very faintly in this very difficult to see sort of black on black ink, you may say, if ink stuck to slate tablets, what you would know as complete gibberish, symbols that have never been seen on this planet, presumably on this world, but you understand just vaguely, just very vaguely, because it's not necessarily a language, it's a formula. You can understand just vaguely bits and pieces, and you're like, there's something to this. This is how it works, but I don't understand enough of it to recreate it.
Immediately pull out like his notebook and try his best to record what like the formulas he sees on there.
Make another Arcana check.
Just straight?
Just straight, yep. You get a rough approximation.
Okay.
As you are staring at this, again, it's very difficult to see because it's black ink on black slate. You realize that it's multiple layers overlapping each other. It's like if you it's like looking at the Matrix, or if you printed off a sheet of paper and then stuck that paper back in and printed off another 10 sheets of paper, all with different writing on it. And it's nigh impossible to recreate all of those symbols overlapping each other in the right order. But you get a loose approximation of what you feel are the most important bits of the top few layers. Whether that is enough to really go on, you're not sure, but at least you're getting some of it down.
Yeah, it's more to decipher and work on it when not... Since obviously studying the tablet to that level requires a time block.
Oh, yeah.
This is more stuff to work on and decipher, essentially like when you're done setting up camp before you go to sleep for the night.
Sure. Definitely.
Extracurricular study.
Okay. When
Nice.
you are finally done writing this, and you pull your hand back, it immediately cramps into the most painful hand cramp you've ever had, because you realize that you've been holding your pencil in some weird fashion. Your knuckles are sore from your fingers being bent in strange ways, and your muscles pinched from applying pressure in ways you're not used to. It's like you were trying to use a hand that had 10 digits that moved differently from how your normal hand works. But eventually you shake it out, and you realize as you do it that you're spraying little bits of oil across the wooden floor. But eventually,
God, I love it.
the tablet is there, still black on black ink, all of that information, but you have some of it recorded in your journal.
Cool. I guess once I've gotten everything I think I can get from it at the moment, I will probably try to wipe what's there away so that at some point when it's needed to be used again, people aren't questioning what the hell's going on there.
Okay. Yeah, you take out a rag, and it is usually fairly difficult to wipe up oil. It smears first before it is then absorbed by the cloth. But as you wipe it across the surface of this tablet, it all immediately just vanishes.
Physically pains him to get rid of that potential information, but better than the alternative.
It actually does. You can feel the oil being absorbed through the cloth back into your hand. You can feel it running cold up through your veins, and there's just this sort of tingly, sort of internal throbbing sensation that you just have to shake out again.
Thanks for knowledge.
Okay.
God, I love the flavor stuff.
I suppose you also spend some time wiping up the floor and walls, and changing clothes and cleaning yourself up.
Yeah, I don't particularly want
It's
to
a messy
leave
process.
the inn.
Mm-hmm.
A disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if anyone saw that, they would have questions that I don't really want to answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, as we're wrapping up in the evening, I will say, after a few games and a lot of conversation between Tully, Sevgi, and Omen, and a short break for a few of the handmaidens to come in and perform a small healing ritual around Omen. Omen, you are eventually discharged. Your bill has been paid for, and the five of you can converge, meet back up at the inn.
Sounds reasonable.
When you do so, presumably meeting in the common area for dinner, or going out to one of the local restaurants, probably meeting up on the way, or just passing each other in the hallway as you return, or otherwise go about your business, hearing that your companions have returned. Tali and Sevgi do look a little drained and a little disheveled just from spending a whole day in the hospital. It doesn't matter, how put together you are when you go into the hospital. If you spend the whole day in the hospital, you will come out looking like a wreck. Omen looks like he's doing a bit better. Considerably better, seeing as there's no longer 3 different spears sticking out of him. But he still has some bandages on here and there from where cuts are still healing a little bit. He has a few new scars on his arms and his legs, whatever may be showing from the clothing that he wears, and probably walking with a very stifled limp, and almost certainly has terrible bruising underneath his shirt. Aquila comes back looking almost disassociated, with this sort of dried, almost grayish brownish, tear stains going down her face.
Brownish? Brownish?
Yeah, you're part stone
Rock.
giant. Yeah. Remember,
You cry mud.
You bleed this sort of mud-like substance.
Yes,
So
I just...
your tears are a little bit more brackish water sort of situation.
Yeah, sure.
Just something a little bit more noticeable, so I can point it out.
Of course. Okay.
You notice that she's a bit distraught and has probably been through an emotional experience today. And Ander, you move out and meet everybody, and depending on everyone's level of perception, there is just a little bit more oil caked underneath your fingernails that you didn't get out.
Smells oily.
I would also imagine his own level of probably looking fairly tired after that expenditure.
Right. Yeah.
Probably
Your
paired
hair
with-
is very greasy. You have bags underneath your eyes. You have to wipe them out occasionally, because instead of getting that sort of milky white film, it's just this brownish oil that you have to wipe from your eyes every now and then. But eventually the group meets back up, visibly having been through some stuff throughout the day, and I will leave it
We
to
all
you.
look like shit.
What happened to you people?
What happened to you?
I
Well,
was playing chess all day.
and here I thought we were all taking a down day, but
It was a downer day.
speak for yourself.
Yeah,
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, you're feeling good. Yeah.
I'm working on unlocking the secrets
Aquila
of
had a downer day.
creation. Yeah, fair.
I'm not even sure Downer's right.
That's true. Yeah.
Did your time at the church go okay? You seem... It might have been emotional.
It was.
Good emotional or bad?
It was emotional.
Fair. Well, at least it's nice to see Omen up and moving and not ready to rip apart a hospital bed. Congratulations on your recovery.
Yes, it's good to see you on your feet again.
And not looking like a porcupine.
That
It's certainly good to not be staring at the same 4 walls again. I don't understand how these people deal with that. Always been moving, never staying in the same place for long. It seems like a prison.
it's not so bad when you have people there with you. People that you want to share the company of.
It's fair. particularly considering my company were a bunch of well,
Yes, I've seen them.
Oh, I have a question.
There?
Oh, wait. Hang on. To click the thing.
Yes, Tali.
Did
Is that
we
necessary?
feel like we were being watched while we were at the hospital today?
It's a good
Not
question.
really.
Mhm.
No. I mean, you
Okay.
didn't feel like you were being watched the other day either.
Yeah,
Again,
it did.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I believe it was in fact Aquila
was-
and Tali,
yeah.
if I remember correctly. You
Yeah,
did
it
have
was-
a little feeling that you were being watched. That's right. No, you. There may have been some lingering paranoia, but you didn't have that constant feeling. No.
Okay, cool.
Jack didn't ask you what you were thinking.
Yeah.
So, to be fair to your company at that temple hospital thing,
Yes, both of those.
they are probably the reason you're able to walk at the moment and not dead.
Well, that doesn't mean anyone wants to stay there longer than necessary.
I suppose I don't disagree with that sentiment, but
Well, now that the entire group is up and functioning, I suppose we need to decide what our next course of action is. That being
Dinner?
said, I have no idea. I suppose yes, in the short term.
Well, I was thinking, as I mentioned to you earlier, I would like to speak with Malkazeer again. Perhaps with you leading the conversation this time. You are better at it than I am. And while, yes, I can certainly improve, I doubt I'll get to the same point that you are.
You do have to remember, though, I will be talking to someone who is, for all intents and purposes at the moment, a mortal enemy to a degree. While he does seem to be less, I would imagine he's probably less concerned about.
As he said himself, you weren't there for it, but he quite clearly said he cares about competence.
Yes, as I said, he would probably be less concerned about me than others of his kind, but walking into the lion's den, as it were, hampers me somewhat. And
Last time we were there, the guy said we probably could have just asked for Malkazeer and they let us right in, so
I know, that's what I
just
was
say we're here to
thinking.
see Malkazeer. And they won't check us for anything.
Besides,
I doubt that.
Malkazeer did seem disappointed that the whole group wasn't there.
Yeah.
Well, they may not. They may expedite the process. I doubt we're getting through with no screening whatsoever.
Well, fine, but if you're not carrying anything, you don't have a license.
Other than setting aside the fact that I do not like to be out of eyesight of my book specifically.
The book that you can resummon?
Beside the point. There is still Redna.
Yes, that is,
an issue in that building. And unlike the book or staff, I can't just set it in a in a corner with the reasonable assumption that it'll still be there when I'm back.
You feel this creature is a flight risk? I suppose I don't understand.
I feel he is inquisitive.
Redna
And-
pops out of the. Well, I assume Redna's just about, because I assume you're having this conversation in your rooms. Redna sprouts about 6 wings and just starts flittering about the place.
Because he might do that.
He is inquisitive, and he is his own creature. From what I understand of traditional familiars, he is different.
It's hard to say from which plane the creatures are summoned. Typically, they are fey beings. They simply
True, but
change themselves to suit the nature of the area around them.
What's a
More-
Feybean?
do you not? You are able to dismiss and summon your familiar at will, correct?
Omen snaps his fingers and the Sovereign appears on his shoulder. Black
Yes.
crow.
Redna exists. There is no shunting him away to another pocket dimension.
Well, perhaps you put them in
Yes.
this little container and hand them off to someone like Tali. They're probably less likely to look at her too closely. She's already been there once.
The follow-up statement was going to be that he is also a creature that is not a slave to my will.
No, but you could ask him nicely.
And I'm sure he would do his best, but we are walking into a place with, I would imagine, a number of very interesting magical signatures.
Do you remember the intake process from last week?
More or less.
Well, they just they looked at our
They looked at our
magical paperwork.
identification and, you
Yeah.
know, looked over our magic item.
There was one other important distinction.
Well, they asked if we had any magical items.
Well, it was illicit magical item.
They also asked if you had any concealable objects, any lead-lined objects that they revealed and emptied.
Okay, I don't remember you saying that part.
Okay.
But then again, the only one with a lead-lined object is Xander.
Yeah.
Moral of the story.
Or maybe that was just coming up when you finally mentioned Malkazeer. I don't remember, but you between the four of you, everyone but Ander, you'd be familiar with the arcane census process. So being asked about lead-lined containers is something that may come up. That being the case, unless they have a reason to, they won't really do a full search, so to say. But it may be mentioned.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I understand your hesitation. As it stands, I'm sure they would spare no cost to garrote you on the spot should they find out your true nature.
That would be my assumption.
I think it wouldn't be far from the truth to think that Malkazeer, well, he may find himself too important to deal with us. We could summon him to come to us. I think it would be reasonable to say that there are those of us who are not fully capable of walking too far. Well, I don't like to portray weakness. I believe it's a path that we could get him to come to us. If we want to avoid entering that place.
That is an idea.
That's a good idea.
That
Assuming he displays basic human empathy, which bit of a dice roll, but
Not a human.
I didn't get that
Sure.
vibe from him, but perhaps understanding.
Well, if we might have something of interest to him, he may.
so what do we have of interest?
maybe more information.
Again, I said he seemed disappointed that all of us were not there.
Sure. Before we speak to them, though, I still think we should have some idea of what our plans are. We can alter them based on if we get anything more out of him, but
Well, I don't think I was not the most forthcoming, I will admit. I was a bit yes, I know. I was a bit put off by him.
Andrew just seems to think to himself for a moment, nah.
Probably
gonna let
shouldn't.
that pass.
He's admitting she fucked up. Don't push it.
That's why I'm letting it go. Just trying to decide whether I wanted to make a mock shocked face or not.
Appreciate you not. Yeah.
I certainly
Let's-
believe we should have a plan, and I spoke with Tully and Sevgi about this briefly earlier, but what is our plan? We are to return to Dupont and unearth a relic from the past. And what then? What do we plan to do with this weapon?
Going to hold on to it.
Will that not draw the ire of Shailua towards us?
Maybe, but keeping it moving, I think, is better than leaving it in one place.
Alternatively, I would imagine the Archmage could do a very good job of making it disappear.
No.
I certainly
Well,
think he could.
I think
Alternatively,
he could as well.
if we want to go with someone that we possibly trust more, depending on individual levels, Saramov may have resources to either keep it safe or at the very least keep it from her perception. The man seems to have resources that I would not expect your average noble to possess, along with a seeming wealth of experience.
Yes, but then Rashid's body got away from you all before as well.
To be fair, it didn't make it to him. That was unfortunately due to the limited resources in Dupont at the time being used for transport. I am suggesting that we transport it if we are going to dig it up. It was recommended that we speak with Saramov anyway.
I was going to say that after we stop in Dupont, we should head on to Carquin.
That would be two birds with one stone, as it were.
Well, it's something to think on anyway. I'm not committed to that exactly yet.
Oh, fair.
And just for clarity's sake, we are unconcerned with the whereabouts of these two separate armies of the dead.
We are very concerned with that.
Should we not attempt to at least find their location?
How?
I don't know, I suppose. Does anybody have the ability to?
Scry. I don't.
That was going to be the other thing that I was hoping Saramov might be able to provide resources for, or at least direct us to someone who could. Alternatively, we know one of them was at least seemed to make it to the vicinity of Neas Noah. Obviously, the attack never happened. If your pack is stationed there, I can't imagine they just let them walk away without checking. They might have some... I understand why they wouldn't be able to pursue them if they are garrisoned there and told to stay, but they may have done enough for... That wasn't...
No.
Okay.
No. I wasn't thinking that. I wasn't thinking.
Okay. I realized as I said that, I'm like...
No, I was like, no, I mean, I recognized how that could be taken, but I was like, no, she's not going to take it that way. I was thinking about...
They may be able to direct us, at least in a direction, possibly provide more insight on, maybe have been able to put together some idea of what actually happened.
That's an idea.
To your credit, you are an exceptional tracker. I would imagine an entire group of you is relatively difficult to avoid.
That's the idea.
Otherwise, we try and find the other force, but assuming they are still where we left them, I feel like I'd much rather take on the group I know as opposed to the one that is just large enough to see from the horizon.
Yeah.
But strategically, knowing where all of your enemies are is more valuable than only knowing where one is.
Agreed, though at the moment we know where none of them are. We know where they may have been at some point, but...
Precisely.
We can't go all the way back into the Fields of Peace. Not as far in as they were.
So, my suggestion would be... Well... My suggestion would be Kerquin to Neas Noah, but if we are intent on literally digging up the past, then Dupon, Kerquin, Neas Noah.
I'm intent on it. I'm not happy about
I
it.
see your reasoning, and it is probably best that a giant target isn't painted on Dupon more than it already does seem to be. I'm just
I'm not looking
unhappy
forward
as
to it
a...
either.
Those are both understatements of
They are.
epic proportions.
They are, but I don't have the adequate words for it. I'm not looking forward to it, but I think it is something that needs to be done.
So as I said, Dupon, Kerquin, Neas Noah, unless we receive any information along the way that requires altering that plan. Thoughts, opinions, condemnation?
To me.
You're an absolutely terrible... No, it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. That
went decently.
I continue to be concerned about the whereabouts of these undead and what they're perhaps getting up to in the meantime.
I'm concerned about it too, but...
Well, that's the goal
I think that we need to prioritize. And I think the general is more important than the father.
the goal of the point of going to Neos Noah is to hopefully find one of the groups at the very least.
Though it is possible that my pack is not still in Neos Noah after what happened. We could have Tali ask them. Since she
Probably
can
not
send
a terrible
I don't mind
idea.
doing that.
It would be pointless to go to Neos Noah if they're not there.
Fair. The other stops are also to some degree to control movement.
Hmm.
Since I think we've been, for some reason, cagey about the Dupont thing. I don't know why. Have we told Omen what is buried in Dupont that we keep?
No, I don't think we have.
Okay.
You've talked
I
about
didn't
it
think so.
with him around, but I don't think you've ever directed a purposeful
Fair. I
discussion
didn't think so,
towards
so-
him. But you have mentioned a body in Dupont, perhaps even the name Linnea, being buried with an important item of a spear-like variety.
Yeah, it's all been
Well,
very.
not always a spear.
So, shortly before this, time is. We
Before this.
encountered Shilohway's sister,
Youngest.
as it were, apparently turned into a Medusa, or some kind of snake-headed creature, since I don't think Andrew necessarily knows what a Medusa is.
Well, Aquila certainly said Medusa before.
Yeah.
True, but if that wasn't a common knowledge thing, saying it to Omen wouldn't.
Well, no, I mean, fair enough.
Who it definitely seems had a hand to play in her other sister's deaths,
Yes.
and was in possession of what we're now assuming is Shilohway's spear of namesake.
Well, there are also depictions of her other sister with that gem that's on Tali's forehead. So she
Fair.
took trophies.
We did assume that was the gem as well. The spear was being used by one of our friends when she died, and I don't believe we knew exactly what it was at the time, and it was buried with her body in Dupont.
No, I more or less realized what it was when I heard Shadowwood described as the Spear of the Heavens. It's like, Spear of the Heavens, without her spear.
So, the concern is that if we're correct and that was Shilohway's spear sitting in Dupont, if she realizes where it is, well, let's just say I don't think
Go get
Dupont
it.
can hold off a small army of undead.
Or a large army of undead.
And you
I'm sorry.
killed this traitorous bitch.
Oh, yes. I
The-
chopped her
the
head
sister?
off.
Yes.
That was fun. What? It's like I
would
shot her in the
like-
throat and chopped her head off. That was fun.
Yes, our definitions of fun vary.
That's true.
You were saying something, Omen?
I think it's been quite a while since I've had a drink.
To the tavern we go, I think.
I think that
Hey,
was
that rhymed!
I think that was a cue, yes.
Yes, sounds
Okay.
good.
I know a great little dwarven bar.
How high are the ceilings in this one?
High enough.
Oh, well, because when we went to Ragnarok,
Right. That was a
It
whole
was a
city of
dwarven
dwarves.
city.
Yeah.
I know. But you say dwarven bar after that experience, it's like, high are the ceilings? Okay. Alright.
So, unless there's anything more in particular you wanted to play out at this bar, we can wrap up the evening with you guys going out on a mild night on the town.
Not
going
gonna
out
let us
for
get drunk.
a couple drinks. I mean, that's up to you. If you guys want to get
I think
plastered, I mean, I'd love to see a drunken or completely hungover conversation with Malkazeer. That'd be great, but that's up to you.
Actually, that does sound like a terrible idea.
Also, remember, we are all either physically or emotionally
It's true. We are.
kind of drained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you guys probably want to just go down to a local pub, have a drink and a half, and take the edge off, and then collapse back in your rooms.
Been there.
But again, up to you guys.
Well, since Christian/Omen suggested
Sounds
it,
good.
do you have anything in mind, or were you just playing out, getting a drink? Because Omen's tired of bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
yeah.
just fast forward through it then.
Yeah, you can head down to one or more of the local pubs, grab a light dinner, have a drink or two, and we'll call the evening there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Akila would like to get drink enough to get buzzed.
Yeah. Okay. Let us actually go ahead and take our first break, because we're trying to do 2 breaks a session now, 2 smaller breaks a session now. So let's go ahead and take the first of our short rests. We can figure out what we are doing the next day when we get back. So just to update my calendar, that was the last day of Abum.
Yep.
Which
The first of Damascus,
the first
right?
Yep.
of Domastitalia.
Yeah.
What holiday was this?
Oh,
I-
it's one. It's one that Akila's gonna hate.
Yeah.
He doesn't
I-
understand it.
If anybody is interested, this is something we worked on during this week's Wednesday world building, and I believe the video is still down there somewhere of previous videos. I haven't been recording them for YouTube, but if people would like me to record them for YouTube, so you can go back and watch them later, I'm okay with doing that. But if not, just come by on Wednesdays and hang out and help me build the world. But this week we did holidays, and one of them was Domastitalia, and all of the other upcoming holidays, which, just to remind the players, since they live in this world and therefore would know about all of this.
Yeah, of course.
I was gonna say
Domastitalia-
Omen would.
I mean, Omen's been in Imperial lands for a while. He's not fresh out of Rom, really, so he understands the general gist of things.
He's aware it exists.
Yeah, Domastitalia is a celebration honoring one's possessions. People, it is common that people put prized possessions out on display, either in a window of their home, or have a table on the porch or out by the street. Show off their most important possessions. People go around as if looking at Christmas lights, to look at various valuables and not necessarily even just monetary value, but personal value and whatnot. It is a celebration of what's yours is yours. There is also a commercial blackout.
There's the one.
Is this based on an actual historical holiday? Because this seems like the most capitalist thing I've ever heard of.
It's actually not about accumulation of wealth. It's
No. Because remember, commerce doesn't happen on
commerce
the day.
doesn't happen.
Well, fair.
Which- Remember who doesn't have armor because it's still at the blacksmith.
We
but
had a
also-
really good conversation about this on Wednesday world building.
Also, this seems like just an opportunity for people to This seems like a thief's favorite holiday.
Also
That's what I
mentioned,
said.
also mentioned, thievery is immediately and severely punished on this day. If you are caught stealing, off go your hands.
Oh,
Don't
not
do it.
today. This is where you scope out
Not
your
the next
marks
day.
for the next month.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
there's
Just
the risk of
remember
that.
who has what, and then go find them.
Yep.
Yeah.
The pre-purge.
Some
I'll
of
be honest with
the more impressive people, the higher society people with more valuable things, tend to have that don't have those things just out on the street. They invite people into their home on guided tours of their things. But yeah, there could
Ooh, I wanna go on a guided tour.
definitely a thieves guild sort of holiday as well.
Yeah. But we totally can't get Omen's armor tomorrow.
Come inside and look at all of my stuff, peasants. Look at how rich I am.
Pretty much.
Yes,
Quick,
map
look
out
over
my
there.
house. Look for any secret entrance. Yeah, this seems like there. You know, there are like holidays that Hallmark created, or like the greeting card holidays.
Yeah.
This seems like one the Thieves Guild came up with, and got like passed around for their own purposes.
Who knows?
Yeah. But yeah.
Anyway,
So like I said, it's like we
Cool.
can't get
Now we're
Omen's,
supposed to
we
be going on
can't
a
get
break
Omen's
now.
armor
yeah,
tomorrow.
that is Domastitalia, the first of the month of Damastis.
Well-
The first of every month is dedicated to the particularly the deity of the month's namesake, and that is this month, Domastis, the archlord of domains of ownership and oppression.
Wasn't Omen's armor done today?
We didn't go get it.
I mean, we could have
You
gone
could-
and just
you
picked
could-
it up.
Oh, good.
You could presumably still go get it. Yeah.
I would imagine
Okay,
Omen would be antsy to have his armor back.
Good. Because I'd rather us have it back. Because remember, that was one of the things that's like, no. Because I asked about that. Can we pick up the armor? What if we've already paid for it? No.
Anyway, let's tackle these questions after our
After the break.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, everybody, get up, stretch your legs, grab a snack, do your bio break stuff. We will be back in just a little
Bio
bit.
break.
Enjoy your short rest and stay tuned for more People's Ascension. Greetings and welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are back after a quick break, and I hope you are too. So let's get back into this. For anyone just joining, we had a lot of really cool character building and role play. So go back and watch that if you haven't seen that. Let's continue. We picked up, or we will pick up, the next morning. You just spent a fairly quiet evening out on the town, drinking away some of the immediate problems and bearings weight on your souls, as it may be, and not enough to really get you messed up for the next day, the day ahead of you. Perhaps even it was a good decision, as everyone probably slept fairly well this night, having dealt with a lot of heavy things in the past couple days. Let me actually ask. I'm not going to draw this out any more than it needs to be. So would you like to go get Omen's armor the night before?
I would say yes, but it's Omen's armor, so.
Well, you're the only one who knows where you took it.
Right.
Fair.
And for that matter, the potion.
Yes, I want that too.
Yes. Okay. Both individuals are a little put off by your late night commerce, having closed the shop earlier in the evening. But both products had been completed, and while there might be a small smudge on your reputation as valued customers, not irredeemable, simply an annoyance that will be remembered. You pick up your armor and your potion, and you get to sleep that night. The next morning, we will pick up on Domast Italia, the first of Domastis. For everyone following along, that is Awentis.
Yep.
What is the plan?
Want to try and get Malkazeer to astrally project or something.
Come to us in one way or another.
Sounds good. I can use a sending spell. What should I say to him, like specifically?
Well, we were planning on playing on the fact that Omen had just gotten out of the hospital. Actually, in hindsight, we should have done this while he was still in the hospital. That would have been even better. Not to mention make Malkazeer show up at a hospital. Just say, essentially, Omen's still kind of finishing up his bed rest, or finishing up, kind of resting and getting himself back together, and we were trying to avoid all the stress of going through arcane senses intake, I guess.
Okay, so I can say, actually,
we could say that his mobility is not great.
Yeah.
So it would be much easier if he came to us instead.
Let's see. Good morning. The whole group is back together. Can you meet with us at our inn? Omen is still on bed rest. Is bed rest one word or two? I think that's one word. Along those lines. Good.
Sure, we'll just stick Omen in a bed.
Sounds much kinder than what I would have said.
Yeah, and I send that to Malkazeer.
Okay. Let me point out, because I will be nice GM today, or at least for right now. Do you expect Malkazeer to be omniscient enough to know where you guys are at?
Oh, sorry. I'm
Come
gonna
to
say,
our
can you meet us
inn
at
is
the
a
Deer
little
Inn?
vague.
Sorry, the Deer and Dove.
Okay, you have enough room for that detail?
Yes, because I counted like
Come to
21
our
words
room.
and
Come to the deer
said,
and yeah, you're sure. Okay. So you're playing off that Omen is injured and you want him to come to you.
and he's on
So
bed rest,
Omen
still
needs to
recovering.
not
So.
be standing when he arrives.
Okay. Omen's on bed rest. Come see us. Okay.
Just temporarily.
Okay. So, Tali, there is a short pause, and you do hear Malkazeer's voice reverberate through your mind, as you have heard before. But there's something disassociated about it. Something almost like a pre-recorded message. It just doesn't sound personal. And Malkazeer says, I am in council at the moment, dealing with an important matter. If this is indeed important, I will get back to you at my earliest convenience. You are otherwise free to come to my office. Or he would say, to make an appointment with my office.
He has a mental answering machine.
Okay, yeah, he said he's busy in a meeting, and that if it's important, we can wait for him to come to us later, or make an appointment for his office.
After,
What should we do?
Forgive me again. Perhaps we spoke of this yesterday and I simply have forgotten, but what more did we hope to gain speaking with Malkazeer again? Exactly. I understand he wasn't particularly helpful the first time we spoke with him.
I was honestly wondering the same thing myself. I think Aquila was just hoping that I might be able to get more out of him, but I think that might be an overestimation of my ability, honestly.
How much did we tell Malkazeer last session? Because I think we didn't tell him much.
I don't think you were particularly forthcoming, and neither was he. And I don't know who started that.
Probably me. Probably
but,
me. I'll be honest.
Yeah, you were equally hesitant, or
yeah.
at least
Oh, that was the thing. It's like
wanting more.
Part of it was that Akil did plan on being more forthcoming with a second meeting.
Yeah,
in all honesty, though. Oh. Sorry, go ahead,
I was just going to say, I don't remember exactly word for word how that conversation went. There was a little bit of information gleaned from Chadius's head I think Malkazeer definitely got more out of that conversation than I think you guys did.
Yeah.
But
There
in
was
all
a-
honesty, other than the spear, which I don't think we're still going to tell him about, like, what important stuff did we leave out?
They didn't tell him much about what they saw in the barrow.
Yeah, I remember he asked about exactly what the ritual was.
Which
And it's
we
not-
didn't see all of.
Right. It's not that we didn't tell him. It's more that our lack of knowledge surrounding it was kind of like a, oh,
Yeah.
well, I don't even know what you guys were doing then kind of response from him.
Yeah, because Tolly did mention the whole hand stabbing over,
Yeah.
but I think that was also not the main.
Sarcophagus.
Like that wasn't the main goal there.
No.
Unfortunately, I blacked out the main goal.
Though I think we did see that Sienna was stabbing as well.
Yeah.
I mean, trying to figure out how a ritual like that works through ritual observation really isn't a thing.
Right.
It was whether you recovered any usable evidence, really,
Which we didn't.
which you didn't.
Chaddy's head.
And that he has.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I really don't know how much important, usable stuff we didn't actually tell him other than the spear. And
I just know there was a conversation, I believe, in the last after show about a couple people expressed that if everyone was together, maybe more varying questions or varying responses would have been given. So it's up to you whether you guys want to repeat that experience with everybody around or not.
If we don't want to, it's fine.
Tony has also been asked.
I'm asking in character.
Yes.
I mean, whatever Christian said last week doesn't fucking matter because I'm asking its own.
Let's dive back into character at that point then.
I personally don't have such a grasp of the situation that I have any, I think, insight yielding questions to ask him. I doubt he's going to give us any clear direction either, as I think we've established people of his level like to be cryptic for some weird enjoyment they get from it.
I believe when you get to a certain level, trade secrets become the best way to stay at the top. Being secretive, withholding information is a way to retain a position of power.
Yes, other than telling him we happen to have the spear of Shiloh, probably, which I don't personally want to do, and it doesn't sound like you do either. I don't know. I don't think we have much new information to give him, and by association, I don't think we're going to be able to get much new out of him.
Fine.
From the sounds of it, the biggest piece of information we gained was that it seems like he doesn't care that Sagana was doing what she ended up doing. More that she had the power to do what she did. At least that's my secondhand takeaway from the situation.
Yeah.
But I understand, again, those in power hold that power for a reason, and he probably feels he's above whatever ramifications may be involved.
So yes, I think we've given him enough that if he chooses to do something constructive with it, he has enough to go on. And I think without a better bargaining chip, trump card, better evidence of anything, I don't believe we're going to get much from him.
All right.
Oh, it was a good try.
Hmm. So then we should leave?
I would say,
We still got to find out what stable our horses were put in.
Here's my question. Are they even going to give them to us today?
Right.
well,
Jack,
damn.
What?
would they
Probably
give us
not.
our horses?
If you can figure out where your horses went and they're being held by an establishment, probably not. They're their property today. You can pick them up tomorrow when
That's what I
become
thought you'd say.
when they become your property again.
Well, we should still probably find out where they are.
Yeah, because I think I mentioned the West Gate. There could be
I
they could be in
did.
that caravanserai.
They did, because they weren't in the South Gate.
Well,
If he stole our horses, I'm going to find him and I'm going to kill him.
I mean, there's also the possibility that he never made it. Something happened to him on the way. He was waylaid by bandits.
Well, then he's dead either way.
But yes, we can go check the West Gate and see. And you're secretly hoping someone has made off with the horses and they don't have to worry about those damn things anymore.
There's still a fucking cart to deal with.
They only increased your travel time by 50%, but fuck those horses.
Seriously.
Those
horses were useful.
Okay.
Logistically, they're a pain in the ass.
Whoever is heading this investigation into where your horses have gone can make a charisma-based investigation check.
I suppose y'all would like me.
My vote's for that one.
I assume you're pointing at me.
He wouldn't mind.
In the stream, it shows up as me pointing to you.
Ah. All right. Charisma-based investigation.
Pointing at
No.
Planning on leaving today, regardless.
He's a bit up. He's up from you.
Omen is
I believe Jack said that if we find them, we're not going to be able to get them today.
No, but it'd be good to know where they are for tomorrow. That way we don't have to search them out again.
Okay.
Are we planning on leaving today regardless of finding the horses? Or were we going to wait?
I don't think Tali is going to leave if we find those horses until she has the horses.
Well, I mean, because do we have to come back this way anyway? Where's the map?
Not for a long time, and I'm pretty sure they'll be someone else's property by then.
I paid very well for them.
I mean, we'd basically have to pass back through here to get to Neos Noah. Well, no, because
Yeah,
there's
so I was
another
thinking
road
if
that just sort of
there's
skirts the field of
decline.
peace. No, that's not what it is.
Okay.
That's boundaries.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, because we'd basically have to pass back through here for Neos Noah.
Omen didn't buy those horses, did he?
No.
He's had those horses for a while.
You paid
Yeah.
the guy to take them.
Right.
Paid the cart guy to take them back and stable them
Right.
for a time. That's what I was referring to. Not purchasing the
yeah.
horses.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Continue.
No, it's like we got one of those horses in race.
Yeah, you've had them for a while.
You know.
Well, if they're
Part of
not
the
at
group.
the stable, it's a moot point anyway.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so let's check.
Yeah. Somebody go ahead and roll that for me.
Yeah, I can't just click a button though, unfortunately, since it's. So that's my charisma
Can I help
score.
him? I'm proficient in
Um,
investigation.
But not charisma.
No, but the skill, yes.
1d20.
We'll see
plus-
how he does.
So it's. So I'm getting my proficiency bonus if I have one in investigation, and then instead of using intelligence, I'm using charisma.
Correct.
So
Yeah, so
Yes.
there's your modifier.
not a bad modifier though.
No.
Yeah, you'd be
Alright,
the best
let's-
person to do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
Unless I don't roll spectacularly, but
It wasn't terrible.
Given that everybody is helping you, you can spread out to a couple different areas, ask about different caravanseries and stables and other just places of storage throughout, near any of the gates nearby. And you go. I mean, how long would you like to spend on this? Are you spending? I mean, this is a huge city. This is
I mean,
a
we
huge
do
city.
technically have all day.
Do you want to spend several hours going from gate to gate, caravanserai to caravanserai, storage facility to storage facility, talking to people, trying to track down your horses? Because with a 14, you don't find them immediately.
Nothing else. They are a monetary investment.
of a level that is fairly insignificant at this point.
Look, if you don't find them, we're buying new horses.
It's up to you guys. We've checked the south
That's all we've
and
checked.
the west. Well, and now the west, because that was where we headed.
Yeah, there is a south gate, a west gate, and an east gate. The most direct one would be the south gate, but other than that, for some reason they went around the city. I mean, either one would work, but
I didn't
again,
meet this guy. Could have used sending.
As a reminder, where'd that go? Which of my many documents here do I need to look at? Yeah, the capital city of Genavium spans 8 square miles.
Okay.
And you'd have to go from one side to the other and go through a bunch of places. So if you want to check near every likely place it could be, it's going to take several hours.
I mean, we should at least check the caravanseries.
Mm-hmm.
Is there no, essentially, taxi service? Honest question.
There are carts that you can employ to take you from one side to another. It's a little bit quicker, yeah.
Yeah. Are they set up for half giants?
Yeah, they'd be full carriages, or you could find a full carriage. I mean, there's everything from like little rickshaw guys to, full like enclosed carriages. Of course, price tag varying.
Take the rickshaw.
Normally, not today.
Oh, right.
Right.
No
not
comment.
today,
Oh, God,
because
that's
it's a
right.
commercial blackout. Nope. No
That's right.
carriages.
So no, that's
Omen,
not a thing.
Take an inspiration die.
Add to my other one that I never used.
I think they expire at the end of each session.
They do expire at the end of each session.
But
Normally.
all right, we can check the main caravanseries on either side.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay, I'm just
Y'all
looking
are-
for a level of time expenditure here. So
all right. So here's the question, because you can't buy a horse today anyway.
No.
Are y'all really going to insist that we wait around until tomorrow to buy new horses if we don't find them? Like, honestly,
Why are you so intent on abandoning the cart and traveling slower?
I'm just asking a question. I think they're a pain in the butt to keep up with, but I'm not trying to influence this either way. I'm trying to decide what we're doing.
Depending on which way you go as
mean, if
well,
we're gonna
you could save
fight
some time,
anyway.
start early, and pick up horses at either Whitewood or Lydiard. There is settlements between Janabium and Dupont. But I'm also not trying to sway either way. I'm just presenting options.
My point. So the reason I was asking is if y'all are honestly, and honestly, it's the wrong word. If y'all are going to say we don't want to go until we have some horses for the cart, then we can spend as much time as we need to looking, because we can't buy any anyway today. We can't get our horses back anyway today. We might as well just sit here and look until we find them. If we want to get a move on and get going, I mean, I'm guessing at this point it only gains us half a day.
Yeah, that's my thing. It's like it's not really going to gain us
Well, actually,
time. We're going to lose time overall.
it's going to gain us probably about a day and a half, actually. Just
But
because.
overall, we are going to lose time. Because
Alright,
we'll be traveling slower.
Okay, I will spend the day looking for the horses then.
Okay. Well, that was a much longer and more taxing conversation than I expected. But you don't find your horses.
This is us!
You go through every place you can reasonably think throughout the rest of the day, and there does not seem to be any mention of the People's Ascension, Stavuka, the names of your horses, Capua, and someone else.
Apple.
Apple and Cap. I remembered the difficult one. Apple and Capua.
Oh, come on, that's not difficult. It's just different.
Unusual. No, you do not seem to track down your horses unless they're being held further within the city in a really unlikely place. You don't know about these horses.
Or the dude was part of the cult.
Hopefully.
You have to find the most dishonest man. Well, it's not like you went looking for him.
The option.
I said it's not like you went looking for him, so shouldn't blame you for that.
Well, so I guess since we've spent the whole day looking and didn't find anything, I guess our inn's open tonight?
I was gonna say, is there food available?
There is not. No. Commercial blackout. There is nothing open.
We're gonna starve.
You still have you still have your rooms because they have been rented to you. So just as your equipment would have been somebody else's property if they were, being paid to repair it or whatnot. You are in possession of that room for today. So you still have your rooms.
So does that mean there's no repercussions if we destroy our own shit today? Give it back tomorrow? Sorry, you own shards of bed frames now? How does that work?
Let's see.
I would...
Because, again, not breaking you out of jail.
If I were a different character, maybe.
Which different character?
Yes.
Okay.
So, I suppose sleep tonight.
Well,
either rations or Tolly's create food and water.
know. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the morning, buy new horses.
Yeah. Ugh, I hate this holiday. This is the worst holiday.
Would any of you like to spend the evening going to look at other people's presentations?
No.
I kind of would.
You can. Don't want to.
I just want to see what people have. I'm doing it. Tolly's doing it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Akila's having none of it.
Like, I hate this holiday. It's stupid.
Well, I honestly agree that this is... Ander would agree that this is... He sees a number of flaws in the idea. I'm going to go with Tolly, because I'm curious to see...
Yeah.
This feels like it could be entertaining.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't hold it against anybody who does go. It's just Akila wants nothing to do with this holiday.
Ander's going...
And, like, we can judge people like, oh my god, look at that gaudy chandelier. Who the heck would put that in their house? You know?
Okay, that does sound like fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Being
exactly what this
judgmental.
holiday is.
It's like, oh, being judgmental bitches. That sounds.
That
Yep.
doesn't
It's
sound
judgment.
especially fun either, but
So we're not going to dwell too much on that, but it is interesting that some of you will partake in the holiday. I don't suppose any of you set up any displays of your own in your hotel room windows or out in the hallway.
Sure, Akila will set up her.
Holly hat.
Akila will set up her swords in the window.
Okay.
Well, it makes sense for her. Those are. It's like, look. Those
no,
are
I was just
some
I
of
was
her favorite possessions.
going to make the joke, and I'm prefacing it with this is a joke and not
Yeah.
canon. Yeah, Andrew's gonna go out and set up a table with his whitewood staff and his book of eldritch knowledge.
And his Redna.
The retina's
Yeah.
gonna
Yeah,
be
but
there
that's not a
too.
possession.
Yeah, but Redna's his.
Redna flying around with a banner.
Oh, it's
Come
gonna-
see the world's friendliest
Oh,
warlock.
The world's dumbest
There we
warlock.
go.
I was gonna go with nice. I was gonna go with that, but
Warlocks
I was
are
continuing
friends.
with my nice DM shtick today.
But still.
Okay, so Tali's gonna put up her crap.
It says
like a
friendliest
magic
on one.
rain stick.
The rain stick.
The
Putting up for
magic
what?
rain stick. The
Oh, God,
link
I love
capelet that she got. That Linnea gave her, and the tea set, as
Okay.
well.
Okay.
As
Play
to
that.
your all's comment, it says friendliest on one side and dumbest on the other.
There we
So
go.
When he like goes back and forth, you get both.
I approve of that.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you can set up some of your own things just to participate in the holiday, because why not?
If nothing else, it's just one of those. It's like, leave me
Yeah.
alone.
With that does come an appreciation for what you have, remembering the experiences of obtaining those things, and being proud of yourself for having such nice things. And then you can go out and judge people on all the things that they have, and you can walk around some of
Yeah.
the city, maybe make your way into some of the nicer houses out and about. Presumably, you're not walking in fully kitted out in armor with a big warhammer on your back.
But those are possessions.
You can walk around town and
Just
see
lay my
various
weapons on me.
levels of affluence. You do notice that when you pass by particularly nice houses that actually have, expensive things, monetarily valuable things, there are definitely personal guard presences about. You can even walk through a house, and it does seem like it's a very guided tour situation. They only take you through certain rooms, down certain hallways. Windows are closed, curtains are drawn, doors are closed, and whatnot. It's very.
I imagine
let's
Holly
take
being
you
like,
through
"What's
the...
down there?"
Yeah, if you show really any curiosity for anything other than what is immediately on display, you will be reminded to pay attention to the show, and if not, be asked to leave for exactly the reason Ander has pointed out.
Yeah.
Or
Oh, he's
Steven
gonna
has
get
pointed
kicked out of so many houses.
Probably.
No. Andrew and Steven are of the same mindset on that one.
Yeah.
Andrew'd be like, wait, what?
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially from someone who's used to trying to hide things like,
yeah.
y'all know this is a bad idea, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but you definitely see some gaudy chandeliers, some interestingly painted busts of, I don't know, ancestors or important people. You see some nice jewelry on them, or some rare books on display.
Actually, I was just thinking it's funny, because you said Aquila wouldn't understand this holiday. I'm guessing because possessions aren't, I think you said before, possessions aren't really as much of a thing.
No, I mean, most of it's communal.
Right. Ander wouldn't understand this holiday because his most prized possession, the most important thing he owns, he has to make sure nobody knows about. Like, yeah, it would be fundamentally antithesis to him too,
Mhm.
You know,
for a
that's
different reason.
Yeah.
And
So
really,
it's like,
this holiday is sort of atypical for elves as well, since they're a very they do definitely have possessions that they can claim to have possessions, but it is sort of for the betterment of the community. So while the elven arcology, some of them probably do participate, it's probably not to the grandeur that some of the non-elven places would be.
Here's my stick.
Yeah.
Check out my stick.
Here's the tools I used to build that guy's house over there.
Yeah.
Really, there's nothing much else to do for the rest of the day, so you can go out and just take in the sights. Yep. I was looking at what Christian posted in the Discord. Yep. So you spend the rest of the evening walking about town or otherwise doing your own thing, and we'll skip ahead to tomorrow, the 2nd of Domestis, when there is no longer a commercial blackout and you can actually get things accomplished.
Real quick before we continue, Christian.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the only character I can see that wouldn't think that this holiday is entirely superficial.
It is. It's terrible.
Shop smart.
This is very
Shop that smart.
superficial.
That's smart.
It is the least pragmatic holiday I have ever heard of.
Different culture. Yep.
I mean, I totally get it, and understanding the culture of this world, I could totally see people doing it, but it makes me sick to my stomach.
I agree. It's like, in the context of this world, I do get it, but
this holiday would work in this world.
Yeah, and those people are idiots.
I know. It's like I still would hate it.
Okay.
Would participate, and the next night things will disappear.
Well, it is interesting that we have this month with this holiday. Next month is Weadoma, when travel and vacations are common, and then the month after that is Raltha.
Oh,
Right.
wait.
I remember because that's the month where Kenner came up and punched Saba in the face for nearly getting him killed.
Rhoda.
Yes.
It was Rhoda, I think.
It was Rhoda at that
No,
point.
that one was that Rhoda?
Yeah, Saba was dead.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't remember. It's
Because Saba died in mushroom Onlo. Yes. I want to say
I can remember.
Enlo.
Okay.
But I can imagine some like a thief scoping out some rich guy's place on this holiday. They go on vacation next month, come back, find their stuff gone. The rich people pay a private investigator to find who did this, and on Raltha they go and mess that person up.
Oh, that sounds amazing, but terrible.
Welcome to Genavium.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, so Omen doesn't leave the inn at all. He actually spends the entire time probably making far too much noise, just re-limbering himself up, trying to get his muscles back into a workable condition.
Yeah.
There's probably some banging and some stomping and definitely some people wondering what the fuck is going on inside this hotel room. But
on any other day, you would probably be bothered, but you're in your own property right now.
Yeah. Yeah, there may be chunks taken out of some chair legs and corners of tables and so on.
I mean, to be fair, Akila probably did gouge into the window, so when she put her swords there.
I would imagine that
Does that mean?
I was saying I would imagine that knowing that people were staying during this holiday, there probably would have been like a holiday, surcharge or a holiday fee for this. But again, it would be negligible amounts of money for you people.
Yeah. So
I
okay.
was thinking, like, if you technically own that room, you could just take all the furniture with you when you leave.
Only if you leave that night.
You could just leave that night. Take the bed, take the dresser, the chairs, all of it. Whatever may be in there.
No.
I'm sure there would be some technicalities to that.
I'm sure.
Such as you pay for the space and not the, equipment.
Items within.
But we don't need to get into that.
Don't make a holiday where we get into it. But yeah. Ready for this terrible day to be over.
Okay. I mean, I'm all for playing out, politics and diplomacy and court scenes if you really want to.
You know we've avoided that like the plague.
Okay.
Better than the plague in my case.
Well, the next morning comes. The day is yours again. It's a mare. It's an unremarkable day.
It's Amare.
All right. So
I had the same
Are
thought
we-
too.
Thank you. Okay,
we
so
heading-
we get breakfast, we get horses, we leave.
drop our keys off at the inn.
Yes. We're no longer key thieves.
Right. I drilled that into you. Okay, so that is all we have for today. Picking up horses and getting in the cart and getting out of here.
Pretty much.
Okay. Well, I will have whoever wants to keep track of this, probably Akila, because she's previously been the treasurer, basically. I'm
right.
assuming you want draft horses for the extra carrying capacity to carry the cart and all of your gear, as opposed to
that would be
riding personal
preferable.
riding horses.
Yes, that
Yeah.
would be preferable.
So for 2 draft horses, that would be 50. That would be 50 gold apiece, so 100 gold.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Ooh, 100. Real
Careful.
bank breaker.
Careful. We flaunt that too much. Somehow we're gonna lose it. Jack will take it somehow.
I mean, that's fair point.
Especially if you're not otherwise using it.
We're using it.
in negligible increments at a time. You gave me a hard time about 100 gold for your potion last session. Okay.
No, what I gave you a hard time about was the week that you didn't tell me it was going to take.
So you have your draft horses. I will say you retained the tack needed to hook them up and whatnot, because this guy who presumably went off with your horses, had his own means for tacking them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you set your horses up, or you get your cart, you set the horses up, and you make your way out of Genavium. What is your destination?
I think we're heading towards Dupont first, aren't we?
Okay. Via
so.
the upper or lower Whitewood Circuit.
The lower's going to be quicker, isn't it? No.
By a
It'd
day,
be about-
perhaps.
You
With your 2 horses and cart, you move a hex and a half per day.
So it'd be almost negligible difference then. I don't know. What do you want to do?
How badly do
than-
you want to avoid Lydiad?
I mean, other than
I mean, we don't have to go into Lydiad.
correct. Also, so it's a difference in a day. Are there any other? Because I don't remember from last time. Are there any other risks or different terrain between the two of them?
Not that I
They're
recall.
both on a road, just
Okay.
about.
Yeah.
If memory serves, we would pass by Hawkenray and Whitewood
Oh
if
yeah.
we take the northern circuit. Whether or not Ander wants to go close to Whitewood as opposed to go close to the other place, I don't know.
Yeah, Lydia.
Anders fine in both of them, as far as I know.
Okay.
I gave them their axe back.
I think I gave them their axe back, but yes.
Either way, they got their axe back. and they don't know I took some white wood from the forest.
Maybe.
I'm literally just trying to figure out if I forgot something or if you're just screwing with me.
Yes.
I
don't know, man. Arbormancers are weird.
That's true.
Cut off my friend's arm, and you're now using it as a magical implement to do warlock stuff. Maybe.
Oh Lord. I say we take whatever route's fastest.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But again, we can just avoid actually going into Lydia.
Lydia.
That's how much we want to avoid Lydia Jack.
Okay.
Also, we should take that route just because, in case Christian's tinfoil hatting, which was had some sound logic behind it.
It was shiny.
It might give us some hints into what that other undead army was doing if.
Mm.
So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Too bad we can't split up and just go to different places.
Well, you could.
No.
Okay, so you are leaving through the south gate and heading down the lower Whitewood Circuit, which will take you down, overlooking the northern tip of the Fields of Peace, through, or in this case, around Lydiad, and a couple days trek just south of the Whitewood Forest before you get to the Rousseron River and Dupont built along it.
I'm gonna say pretty much the whole trip, unless I'm at some point driving the carriage, trying to keep an eye out on the horizon, scan, especially around the Fields of Peace area, just in case we see any, or basically just trying to keep my head on a swivel, pay as much attention as I can to pick up any signs of, well, an undead army.
Okay.
Yeah, more than likely, Omen is at the reins, sort of,
Right.
sort of in his wheelhouse.
Cool.
Yeah.
I just didn't want to say I wasn't going to do something in case for some reason someone needed me to. But yes, when I'm not needed for that, I would be trying to pay as much attention as I can and see if I can notice anything.
Okay.
So
at a pace of a hex and a half every day, you will actually find yourself taking rest at the point in the bend around the Whitewood closest to the Fields of Peace, unless you would otherwise like to avoid that by stopping early or pressing on forward. If that is a concern to you, you are still a few miles out from the Fields of Peace.
Seems like a good place to stop.
Good place to keep a lookout, but it would be the closest point if something were there and to go wrong. But it's up to you.
Okay.
Well, since it's just us now, I can put up the dome for protection. And hopefully we would see anything coming in time to... Well, it is dark, but I would imagine still there's going to be some noise and whatnot. So yeah, I'm okay with where we are actually, and that gives us a decent lookout spot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I just had another tinfoil hat thing.
There it is. I knew something was up when I saw.
Whew, okay. I'm just gonna keep that one in the back of my mind.
Okay.
Write it down for the after show.
Yeah, no, it's there.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh god.
Yeah.
I want to know what it is.
Penelope is leading the undead army.
I
don't
know.
No, I was just trying to think about how they're hiding and moving an undead army around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then I remembered what the name of the cult is. And then I remembered some of this stuff that Jack has been hinting to for a little while.
I haven't been hinting at anything.
It's his Magic the Gathering proclivities. And I will leave it at that.
What? Oh no.
I don't know what you're talking about, guys.
How dare you?
Anyway, we'll expound on that later.
Yes. Okay, Ander, since you said you were specifically keeping a lookout, go ahead and make a perception check.
Yep.
Okay.
Damn.
Anders on a roll tonight.
Perceptive.
So, I imagine you keep your eyes trained on the fields of peace from the moment they come into view to when you stop and even through your rests. Again, you're a few miles out at this point, and there's a little bit of a hill. Previously, Aquila was able to see into the fields of peace, at least somewhat, before the horizon took the landscape. And you can look out amongst this, and it takes some time for you to really pick out anything useful, because it is very far away. Everything would be very small. The sun is beginning to go down, obviously setting on the other side, so it is getting dark in that direction quickly.
But he has dark vision.
He does, but dark vision is 60 feet, not 4 miles.
Fair. That's fair point.
You do make out, as the sun is coming down, actually behind the white wood, scattering the light in a kaleidoscope of colors, as it has been described previously. Some of that light is picked up and, again, reflected off whatever metal may be worn by what you assume is a standing army, just within the bounds of the Fields of Peace. Again, you can't make out how many there are, or really what the composition is, because they're so far away. And you're not even sure when this mass of units ends and when the landscape picks up, because it is just gray on gray, minuscule shadows melding into the quickly darkening landscape. But you do get the sense that there is some force not far within the bounds of the Fields of Peace.
Pointed out to other people, specifically probably Aquila, out of all of us, you probably had the better senses, so I think I can just barely make something out there. I'm gonna point to the horizon. Seems like the glint of light on metal. Looks like it's right inside the fields. Could be our army still.
Like they're right on the edge of the field.
It's right inside of it. Probably ish.
They're not right at the edge. It's just visible from as far as you can see. So they're probably a mile or so within the bounds.
Okay.
Why would they be amassing right there where other people could see it?
I mean, they are somewhat hard to spot. Even looking for
people
them.
can get closer to, but people can get towards the field piece. If you're hiding an army, you don't want it where people could potentially spot it.
I would imagine people don't willingly go towards the Fields of Peace that often, and we're also assuming they're trying to hide.
That's kind of what I'm saying. They're not trying to hide it.
How far out is this?
From where you are, at least 4 miles. You get a little extra vision from the horizon line because you're up on a hill. I believe that's the way the curvature of the Earth works.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess
curvature's
I
hard.
don't know the actual size of Eos, so
Yeah.
it depends on the size of the planetary object. What the
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for the sake of devolving, not devolving into physics, let's assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 4 miles. What I was going to do. It's a moot point essentially.
Mm.
On a flat surface with your eyes 5 feet or so off the ground, the farthest edge you can see is about 3 miles away on a flat plain. You're up on a hill, so you see a little bit more. Given that Eos is roughly the size of an Earth-type body. Anyway.
Okay. Euclidean geometry. Or non-Euclidean. God damn it.
Science facts in fantasy.
Math.
Well, on the plus side, Omen, at least that takes care of half of your knowing where our enemy is concern. Now we
They're
just need to...
standing there, you said.
Seems to be.
Menacingly.
Oh.
I'm menaced.
Anything's... I was gonna say, like, oh, pretty much anything's menacing when it comes to a group that size.
Ander, let me also point out that you do see what looks like heavily trodden soil heading out of the Fields of Peace.
Ah!
You do, however, see an army, within the Fields of Peace.
And before we wouldn't have had a good enough look, and I guess even now we wouldn't have a good enough look to tell if the size has changed or anything.
No, you don't really have a real point of reference.
Right.
How far out does the trodden ground, does that just come straight out to where we are, or does it stop at a certain point?
I'm giving it to Ander because he rolled a 25 on a crit, but you do eventually lose it, whether it levels out or it's taken up by the wilderness of the plains or whatnot. But it does look like it moved out of the plains at least a couple miles.
Specifically, what direction does it look like it moved out going?
East northeast, perhaps.
God damn it.
Which would be putting it
Not
Lydiad.
sorry.
On
I
the
keep
path.
getting my northwest.
okay.
Okay.
Putting it on the path to Genovium, or not Genovium.
Lydiad?
Thank you. Yes. Stuck
The
on
Whitewood
J.
Forest. Well, that's more north.
I said Lydiad.
Well, considering that I'm not going to recommend just running in and attacking them, suppose we set up camp where we are, try to keep any eye we can on them. I imagine we'll probably lose track when it gets dark, but hopefully if they suddenly decide to make some major move, they'll make some noise in the process.
Anything
And-
group that large will make noise.
And with maybe luck, I'm not sure if it would be or not, we can possibly pick up that seeming trail coming out of the fields as we move in that direction.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know if you would require a survival roll for this or if it's something I could just logic out. Assuming, and I realize this is making educated assumptions, assuming the path went straight out from where it is and just kept going straight, would I be able to tell if it was going to cross the road at some point, or if it just looks like it was heading straight for God damn it, Lydiad?
I mean, even if it was heading straight for Lydia, it would hit the road first.
Okay.
But you're dealing with. I mean, it looks. It's not just a narrow path that looks like it's been walked upon by. So it's a whole vector that you're trying to determine. So I mean, judging by how many there are, the direction they were going, whether they changed direction, if they went further beyond where it is apparent, they could be anywhere between. I mean, either of the two hexes between where the 12 is, or the southeastmost point on the first hex of the Whitewood. I mean, they could be heading in anywhere within that vector.
Okay. Well, either way, let's set up for the night.
Unless you want to spend part of this night going out further down the road or anything, that's what you get immediately.
Don't think we're gonna be able to do much more with that anyway. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I think set up the bubble a little off the road so that any other travelers don't run into us, and we'll keep an eye out on tomorrow.
Okay.
So yeah, Ander would go around performing his ritual, getting the circle set up once everyone's in, bring the bubble up.
Okay.
Yeah, and I suppose before, well, definitely want to do watches.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if anyone has order preferences. Otherwise,
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not super concerned.
Akila, Tali, me, Tali, Sevki, Omen.
How about one person with night vision up each round?
All right.
Or dark vision.
Okay.
So me, Tali,
Sevki,
Sevki, Tali, and then you and Omen.
Yep. Okay. Not that gives us really a huge advantage, but fair.
No, but
I understand the logic. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just for flavor purposes, I obviously don't expect it to do much, honestly. But before, as Andrew's kind of falling off to sleep, he's probably actually sort of restudying some of those notes he took from the other night in the inn.
Okay.
That's probably going to be kind of his reading material for falling asleep.
Sure, definitely. Okay. So, let me okay.
Either really good or really bad.
I know, it's like I'm not sure what
Yeah,
to make of that.
What
Like,
Sorry, I was running through a number of things in my head while you were speaking. What watch is Tali on?
The first two.
First and second.
First and second. Okay.
Now I'm nervous.
Yeah. Well, that's what you get for saying you'll remember it.
What is it about a DM rolling dice for no apparent reason that spooks you so much?
Because there's always a reason. And it's frequently not good if you don't know what it is.
Maybe we get to find a unicorn. I don't know.
Unicorn just stab you in the gut.
The night passes without any interruptions.
I mean, yay.
We hope.
You would notice that the moon is almost full at this point, so it is a bright night, which does help with your keeping an eye on your surroundings and keeping an eye with the glint of moonlight on the nearly impossible what little perception you have of the forces within the Fields of Peace. But throughout the night, you don't notice anything of worth, and in the morning, the day is yours.
Right. Guess we're moving on then.
Big ol' undead army still where we left him?
Yes.
Cool. Alright, yeah, I guess get back on the road and keep following it in the direction we were heading. To our doom.
Probably. You know, we haven't named these horses.
Nope.
Let's keep it that way.
Keep them expendable.
No. We should name them.
What should we name them?
Well, we're not going to name them Apple and Capua.
Meet 1 and meet 2.
Or
Omen hasn't gotten
Pegasus.
to name a horse yet. It's already Peggy's name.
That's why I said we're not naming
Pegasus,
it that.
Peggy for short.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Like I said, we're not naming them names that we've used before.
So are we paused for y'all to think up names, or are we just gonna keep
I'm not sure.
traveling
I was
on?
mostly just sort of filling time while Jack was doing.
Yeah, I have a lot to keep track of today. So I welcome pauses while you do your own character-driven scenarios.
Yeah. So we should. And we're not naming them Meat 1 and Meat 2. That's terrible.
Red shirt 1
Not
and
very
red shirt
nice.
2?
That's not a thing in this world, and you know it.
Oh. I'm going to set the precedent that while y'all are discussing names, Andrew's going to be throwing in random snarky suggestions
I mean, it makes sense.
between eye rolls.
What sort of a name do you think would be good? Tali. Because I'm not asking that
Me,
to Vander.
hmm.
Oh, what about Sevgi? You haven't named anything.
Sylvie hasn't named a horse. Omen hasn't named a horse yet. You guys have any suggestions?
I know, you've named 2 horses, Tali.
Yeah, I've named 2. I can name 4, but I'm gonna let you guys go first.
I'll let Tali decide.
I kind
No,
of
but-
want you to name the horse.
No, you must.
Omen, any ideas?
What do the horses look like?
Yeah, we gotta get a feel for their looks and personality.
Yep. I'm sorry, I've just made more work for Jack.
They are actually both black horses One of them has a white sock that goes up about knee height on its front left leg, and has a white stripe going down about halfway down her face. The other one is black, with a small band of white that stretches from the tip of her mane down to her tail.
One will be skunk.
No.
A stanky horse.
No. No, they will not. That's terrible, man.
Why not?
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's not what Omen would say, but it's exactly what Christian was thinking.
Because it's a terrible name for a horse.
It's hilarious. It looks like a skunk, so we should name it skunk.
That's terrible. Why would you name
No,
a horse
it's
that?
not. There are worse names.
It
It's
is.
fine.
Yeah,
Horse
like
will be
Apple.
fine. Apple is a good name. The name is fine.
Not a great name.
It was good enough for Apple.
I was trying to come up with something clever, but apparently the cat from the Pepe Le Pew cartoons is
Never
called
had a name.
Penelope Pussycat. So,
No, that's even worse.
seems like a bad.
No.
It's like that would be clever. And no.
Yeah, Omen suggests Penelope and Andrew just no.
But you could. Well, for Akila, it'd be very much just like, why? Akila doesn't know Penelope.
Former party member.
But she knows Mother Penelope.
Still like skunk.
No. Terrible.
I named one. Somebody else can name the other one.
You know, the worst part, Ender, your suggestions were almost better. Almost. Fine.
Skunk is better.
That's terrible.
Wait, maybe we should name the other horse.
You
after
don't get
another
to name the other
creature,
one.
like possum or raccoon.
No, you do not get to name the other one.
You gotta have matching names.
No, they don't. Kapua and Apple sure didn't.
Well, they both had an AP in their name.
Nope, it does not count.
Close enough.
No. Oh, God.
Oh, what's the other horse's
Sparked.
name then? Oh, that's an awful name.
Yep, but it's not skunk.
To keep this moving, actually, this would be a good time for a break if we feel we need one.
Okay.
In fact, yes, let's take a super quick break. Real quick. You guys can continue this discussion about names. I'll finish doing all my GM nonsense in the background, and we'll check back in just a few minutes. This second break shouldn't take very long. Sound good?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay,
all right.
bye.
Sounds good.
We will be back in just a couple minutes then.
There we go.
Stay tuned.
Alrighty.
All right, welcome back, or I should say, we are back. Very short break, so I hope everybody has returned to continue what is going on. Did we come to any decision on the ever so important discussion of what these horses will be named?
Cinder.
Cinder? Okay, I can do that.
Cinder 1 and Cinder 2?
I can vibe with that.
No.
Cinder and Skunk.
Cinder and Skunk, alright.
I suggested Zombie Chow, but I was turned down.
You were voted down.
Shot down.
So we did agree if one of them. That we did agree
Deserve
on
better.
what we would have if it was a male and female horse.
No, that's probably not a good idea.
Probably not, but
Okay, so
we did agree.
the morning comes. You have not been overrun by a horde of various types of undead. You can gather your things, tack up your horses, and continue on your way. Is there anything in particular you would like to do on your travels today?
Andrew's gonna once again be watching out, trying to see if he can pick up that trail. If it, see if he picks up any more signs of.
Yeah, Aquila would definitely be looking for a trail
Okay.
as well.
As you are traveling down the lower Whitewood circuit, you get to you are continuing along the bend that dips down south of the Whitewood Forest. The kaleidoscopic glint of sun coming off the crystalline trees, coming from the other direction this time and scattering them across the horizon and into the sky. And even back at you. So for the first hour or so, there's a little bit of headache-inducing light show. But you do notice, as you are continuing south-southwestward, you get to the point where you can again make out more of this trodden earth. And it does seem that it definitely has traveled, or will eventually meet up with this road here, perhaps continuing westward. As you are keeping an eye on this, trying to figure out its trajectory, how long ago it may have been here, trying to ascertain the size and speed and whatnot. It's been a few hours at this point. Tali, you hear Kedrith's voice in the back of your head. Be warned, wherever you are. A large army of death has hit Lydiad. Last heard traveling our way. Please advise.
Tell her to dig up Linnea and take the spear.
Dig up Linnea and take the spear. We're on our way. Defend as best you can. That was less than 25.
No, flee. If they have the spear, they need to flee.
Oh. Okay, well then flee.
Tell them to. Well, at this point, have you used up the words? Are we considering that canonically sent?
Does Talia immediately send back the first? There's really not a lot of time for conference in a response. When you're the person sending, you have time to formulate what you're saying. But Talia, no.
Yeah, no, I figured that what she said originally. So I would say I figured what she said originally was what was said.
So, yeah, you say dig up Linnea, take the spear and protect. There's a pause, and Kedrith can hear some Aquila mumbling in the background, and you say, or protect or flee, and you are cut off via time or word limit. It's up to you whether you want to use your own sending spell. If there's anything more,
I can use my own. I'm gonna tell the group the dead army hit Lydiad and is on its way to Dupont now.
One second, let me look at the map real quick.
How long ago did it hit Lydiad?
Ask her that in a minute.
So on the map, Carriquin is 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. Carriquin is a black 2.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
And Dupont is that little 3 dot.
Or red 3, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So, is there any way for us to get to Carriquin? Like, is it faster? Well, I guess actually, where are we now?
I'd say we're on the east side of Lydiad, because we
You
haven't even
are-
gotten there yet.
You are about a third of the way into the hex southeast of Lydiad. I mean, at your pace of travel, you would get to around Lydiad at the end of your travel day.
I would recommend for them get the spear, go to Carriquin. I think the upper Whitewood path will still be quicker to Carriquin,
Hmm.
and we meet them there.
Well, isn't there basically sort of a ferry that goes across the little water area there? Or is that not why that anchor's there?
Sorry, what are you asking?
On the map, there is an
Yes.
anchor in this little body of water.
Yes, that indicates that there is a very small. It just indicates there's a large dock at Carriquin for primarily trade ships, and when I say large, I mean big for a capital city, but not a military not a military.
I know,
Navy
but I'm
base.
saying it's like, could they get to Carriquin faster if they took that?
I mean, there's a road immediately to the right of it.
Yeah, I mean, by the time you get to that anchor point and then flag down a boat,
fine.
probably not. Probably
Well,
just be
again, I
quicker to
wasn't
walk.
sure if it was something where we're sort of running regular back and...
No.
Okay. Well, then never mind.
I think also plus you're going upriver, so that would be a little slower anyway.
I mean, that would just be across at that point.
That is a lake. Carriquin is
So it's
on
like,
a lake.
oh, I thought you meant like taking a little boat from DuPont to.
No, I was talking about where that little anchor is, which is just in a
gotcha.
little lake.
Never mind then.
So, like I said, my thought process, by all means, if you have input, like you said, get the spear, get it away from the town.
Mm-hmm.
If she is tracking it, I would say meet in Carriquin.
Mm-hmm.
It's more defensible, and that we can meet with
Saruman.
and either we can send word or that someone send word to Sarmov ahead of time, letting him know.
Oh, Kedriff can clearly send word to him.
Yes. I don't think we can stop whatever this force is.
No.
Hopefully, if they're between Dupont and Lydiad, they are able to somehow sense the spear, if that's what they're after. They'll try and cut through the Whitewood, and maybe it'll slow them down.
Mm-hmm.
Or, ooh, I just had a thought. This is metagaming though, so I'm not going to say it. But okay,
I'm
yeah, I'll
gonna say
send
it,
a
but-
message to Kedra and say.
Mhm.
I'll mention it later. So I'm gonna use sending on Kedref and say, actually take the spear and head to Kirkwin. We will meet you there as soon as possible.
Tell Saruman.
Sarimoff that you're on your way.
and the circumstances as best you can.
In the
But
circumstances.
yeah, chill.
Okay.
And I suppose we. And I would say, I suppose we immediately probably turn around, since, like I said, I think it's from where our position, it's still just slightly faster too.
I don't see where it would be faster.
Yeah.
Because we'll have to go back around and up.
3, 4. What, 12 hexes?
Yeah.
Only way that I see it actually being faster is
To cut straight through.
Depending on the level of resistance. That's the only way that I could see taking the upper circuit would be faster. Is if we get roadblocked by an army of the undead. Otherwise, I think it's certainly faster to continue on the path we've been going.
That's my thought.
It would be 7 days taking the south circuit, 8 days taking the north circuit. If you want to try to, cut through the Whitewood, it would be a gamble. It would be quicker if you do it well, but if you get lost, you could really get lost, and your cart and horses would not be able to travel through the Whitewood.
Yeah, there's the other thing.
I was considering that. I'm trying to.
I think we may need to send the message to Malkazeer that we have found some of the army.
What's the? I'm sure this has been mentioned before, and I've just forgotten. What is the red dotted line on the map again?
The red dotted lines are the district divisions, the political district divisions.
Yeah, they're just boundaries.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Man, they are gerrymandered.
Yes, they are.
This isn't a democracy.
Problem is, from where we are now, if we lost the horses to cut through the Whitewood, we would have to go to actually save time. We would just have to cut through the longest part of the Whitewood.
Mm-hmm. If we kept going, we could eventually cut through the thinnest part there, which you guys can't see.
But I don't know if that saves us any time, though, at that point.
I know, that's the thing. I don't know if it does. So there's not really a time-saving way.
Traveling at walking pace, I don't think it would actually save you any time, no matter which way you went. So
let's just keep going.
It's whether you want to go down the south way. It would be faster, but not fast enough to presumably catch up with this army, since they have at least a half-day head on you, or go northward and try to get in around them.
That was my other concern, was if for some reason they do stop and aren't pushing straight forward, do we run into a horde of undead? Because that is kind of it's a 1 hex pass. I know it's a huge area in reality, but
yeah, I get that, but I don't see where a better option is.
all right.
So what are we doing?
Yeah, I guess we'll take the South Pass.
Okay, continue the way you've been going.
Yeah, I suppose if we run into them, we'll just have to cut through the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Any other concerns to take care of?
Tali probably could send messages or do sending on a couple people. Again,
Yeah.
Malkazeer kind of want to do sending for Adderhast again, but I don't know. Because it's like, not sure he can do anything.
I'll say, considering he's on the opposite edge of the Empire, if he's still where we think he is.
That's the other thing. Not sure where he is at this point.
I'm going to assume that if Kedrith is telling us, Regina probably knows.
Mm-hmm.
And I really want to ask her for instructions, but I'm guessing
Hey,
that's
let's
not.
pull out the tablet and see if there's anything there.
Okay.
On the tablet. Yes, on the tablet it says basically what you already know. You see in Regina's handwriting. Kedrith should have contacted you, just making sure you are aware. Corinne informed us that an army, not the size of a legion, but more than they could handle, bypassed the barony of Lydiad.
Bypassed.
They were not in a position to stop this army, and this undead horde seemed uninterested in engaging. They fought off the defenses outside of the walls, and were last reported heading westward. You can actually see, as you are looking at it, that words begin to scrawl before your very eyes as Regina is writing as you are looking at it. We will begin exhuming Linnea now. It will take some time for us to get to Lydiad, but we have informed Zaramov of what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean?
We will take the spear there. If this army is capable of following this, Kerquin should be able to defend it.
That's what I'm hoping on.
I hope.
I
know,
assume she said she was taking it to Kerquin, not Lydiad.
She said Kerquin.
I may have
he
misspoke,
said-
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I heard.
sorry.
I just want to
Yeah,
make sure.
I caught that too. Yeah.
I figured. I just wanted
Yes,
to
they are
double
taking
check.
it to Kerquin.
Okay.
Okay, I would reply. It's like we're planning to meet up with you in Kerquin.
Okay.
Alright, so for the sending to Malkazeer, I have an undead army smaller than a legion on its way to Dupont. That it bypassed Lydia, but that doesn't really matter since it's fine.
But they're
Before
not.
we-
They're not engaging, so that means something.
Okay.
Before we send this to Malkazeer,
Mm-hmm.
I assume he's going to ask why they would be.
Okay, here's the thing. Aquila totally mentioned that we knew where the spear was last when they met with Malkazeer.
Okay. I didn't remember.
Yeah, she did. She totally mentioned that. Because he was quite
Okay.
interested in that, but she didn't say exactly where it was.
Well, fair, but that will probably give him the location then.
Yeah, but there are other people there already trying to get it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we thinking about everything.
Yeah. Well, I was like, I was.
13, 14.
Yeah.
So an undead army smaller than a legion bypassed Lydian on its way to Dupont. They want the spear.
That is not what we said.
Kirkland?
No, I'm not
I
sure about that.
wasn't sure if I needed to add that in there or not.
No. Like I said, the thing was that they bypassed Lydia. They didn't attack it, which again shows that they have some other purpose than just, mindless attack. I'm not saying to say that specifically that they're in pursuit of the spear. That's an assumption we're making.
Okay.
And I suppose to be fair, so far our assumptions have been consistently wrong. Would really like this to be the time I'm wrong too. Turns out they just go to the Whitewood. Get forever lost.
Honestly, on some level, I would like them to be
It could be.
right, because if they're tracing the spear, it means they'll leave Dupont alone once it's left.
That's why I said I hope they just go into the Whitewood.
Maybe
Should I
they'll
just say
run it.
bypass
Maybe
Lydia,
they'll run
heading
into some more
west?
cockatrices there. We can hope.
So instead of assuming that they're going to DuPont, should I just say that they're heading west?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. Just in case.
Yeah.
It's 11 words. Anything else we gotta tell them? Since, we still have like 14 words left.
What do you? I was gonna say, it's like, what do you have?
Just have an undead army smaller than a legion, bypass Lydia heading west.
Okay. Is there anything else we want to add to that?
I mean, if not, I can just send it as is, but I just want to, take
I know.
be efficient about this.
Just. Yeah. No, I agree. I'm trying to think if there was anything. You had something.
So, the way he came into DuPont, that little cemetery travel trick of his,
Grave walking. Yeah.
do you think it's worth asking if that can transport people other than himself?
That.
'Cause otherwise, we have no way to get ahead of this army. We are going to lose ground on them.
That's not a bad idea. That's. Go ahead and ask, because that won't hurt. The worst he can say is no.
Basically, is there any way you can get us to Carquin
Faster.
Yeah, if you have the words,
Can
your
you get
little
us to
grave
Kirkland faster?
trick.
Hmm.
I don't want to call it trick. That's demeaning.
You don't call it a
not
trick.
The
Well,
thing you
it's
did
a
with the grave.
second.
Yeah, the really nifty thing you did with the grave.
So I could say, would your grave walking spell work on us?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of vague.
Grave arc. No,
Sorry.
allow us. Let us get to Carquin faster.
Well, I think she's got an issue with the word limit.
All right. Well, okay, that's fine then.
Also, like, I feel like that's kind of like coming out of left field. It's like, hey, the Legion's heading west. How do we get to Kirkland really fast? And it's like, but
Well,
Kirkland is north.
I know, but that's the thing. It's like, look, we have reason to go that way. We can discuss it more
Let's see.
at a different
Can
time, but
your grave walk spell get us to Kirkland fast? That's 9 words. So I would have 5 left. I'll explain later. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't even promise him that. He can ask his own questions.
True, he has his own spells. He can talk to me if he needs to.
He has Elisandra too. She doesn't talk much, but I'm sure she delivers many messages.
Okay, so an undead army smaller than a legion bypass Lydia heading west. Can your grave walk spell get us to Kirkland fast? Or do you
Yeah.
need that? I guess that's fine.
Yeah. Or is there some sort of teleportation?
Just go what we got. I
Yeah.
think it gets.
No, I'm not saying correct it. I'm just continuing to think.
No, that'll work. That works.
Yeah. Otherwise, if they are tracking that spear and can follow it as it moves, we're never going to catch them before they get to the city.
No. And it would not be a great idea to try fighting our way through an army. Though, we could probably put a decent dent in it.
I mean, I think I know how they know where the spear was, but It's out of character. I'm wondering if that's what when we felt like we were being watched at the hospital,
Yeah, I don't know.
our minds
see.
read. Because Akila was thinking about getting the spear in Dupont.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're
Well, but here's
getting our
the
minds
thing.
read.
Shiloh, when she left, mentioned what was it? She mentioned some words. Like you wrote them down, I think.
Yeah, well, because we told her that we know where her spear of
Yeah.
heavens is, and she was like, "I am the
No,
spear of
there was
heavens."
something else
It's
she
like,
said.
okay.
She said like 3 words. I remember one of them was like there were like dirt and betrayal and something else.
Sight. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was because my immediate thought was, oh shit,
So
she
yeah,
knows
you're
where it
right.
is.
That could be it. Hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, my immediate thought was, oh shit, she's got it clocked that it's of where it is. And I mentioned that at the time, and nobody believed me. Or, I may not have mentioned it right then, but I did mention it.
I was unconscious.
Oh, I know.
Mhm.
But I remember saying something and being like, no, no, no. Oh, we're waiting on you, Jack, I think, because Tali sent her message.
Oh, I thought you were still talking about it. What specifically is that message?
Was an undead army smaller than a legion, bypassed Lydian heading west. Can your Gravewalk spell get us to Kirkwyn fast?
If you can return to me, I can do so.
Okay. I guess tell him we're on our way.
Glad we didn't get his
That
message.
would require an entire sending.
Alright.
Well, that's like, tell him that we're
Yeah.
on our way and give him a general estimation of when we'll be back, because it'll be another day.
It'll be
Yeah, 'cause
keeping in mind you have traveled for a few hours.
Mm.
At
It'll
this
be a
point,
day and a half.
yeah, it'll be a day and a half or so. Unless
Yeah,
you
so
want
it's like,
to try to push forward at the end of this day, those extra miles you made up.
I know, it's
so.
like, I might. I think
If
I'm definitely
if
thinking about it.
If we were willing to push before, now is,
Definitely
I
the time.
think, an even more appropriate time.
All right.
Of course, this would be for the horses, not for you specifically. It would be the horses rolling.
Well, we do have someone with animal handling,
yeah.
so that might help. But yeah,
I didn't.
so I would say let him, like I said, let him know that we accept that and, rough estimation of when we'll be back to take him up on the offer.
Hey, thank you.
Yes, that too.
We accept
Definitely
that.
thank him.
Yeah. Okay, so I could say, thank you. We're on our way. Be there in about a day
Day and a half.
and a half.
Give him a window of time.
Thank you.
I mean, you have the words for it, so why not?
There.
And while y'all are doing that, turn the horses around.
Yeah.
Okay. That is what you say to Malkazeer. Okay, you spent your own
Yes.
sending spell to send that to him. You get a mental acknowledgement that really isn't words per se.
It's like, yeah.
And you get a mental affirmative.
It's like,
Cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully, we'll get to Kirkwyn before Spear does. We can...
I hope so.
So it will take two forced march attempts on these horses. They, however, both have to succeed both times.
You can do it, horsies.
This
believe
will
in
be
you.
aided by Omen, however,
Yeah.
with his animal handling proficiency.
Tali?
Yes.
I don't suppose I could get you to perform another sending for me.
That's gonna cut into my higher level spells. I can do one.
If you don't mind, I would
But I
appreciate
do have
it.
my pearl, so yeah, I can do that.
I was gonna say, it's gonna be
Very
at
much.
least a day before we get to Carquin.
Okay.
As I say, if you don't
Okay.
mind, if you really do not want to, I will accept that.
No, I don't mind. Who you wanna talk to?
Adderhast?
Okay. To Adderhast. And what is the message that you want to send him?
I want to tell him that there is an undead force smaller than a legion moving west at this point towards Dupont, and we intend to meet it. Or we may meet it. If it's after the spear, we're going to meet it at some point.
You said we might meet it, or we're going
we
to
may meet
I
it.
can't remember which one. Settled on. Okay. We Oh my god.
We may.
We may meet it. Yeah. May meet it. Okay, sure. Alright, yeah, and I send that to Outerhouse. There's an undead force smaller than a legion heading west at this point due to Dupont. We may meet it.
And close enough.
You again get a mental affirmative.
Said uh-huh.
So, we get to Genavium. Hopefully, an instantaneous and/or very quick trip to Carquin. Find or report directly to the. Damn it!
Saramov?
Yes, I just had it in my head. And then Adderhast got pushed in instead. Report to Starmov, basically give him all the information we have, and then, unless he provides something different or has a better idea, probably try and meet the spear on the way. At the very least, that gives it more protection. When I didn't think we could catch up with the army, getting it to Carquin seemed like the best idea because it has the best chance of defending.
It still does.
Well, I was going to say, if we can get to it ahead of time, maybe we can do something else with it that... I mean, the follow-up question is, other than the fact that it is attracting this army to populated places, unless she can unlock some hidden ability from it, does it really change the playing field that much if she has it?
Who knows? We don't know.
Right. My point is that if we stash it in Carriquin and hope they can defend, some people are going to die.
I didn't say we leave it there.
Well, if the army makes it to Carriquin, people will die. Even if they successfully defend, that will not be a bloodless conflict.
No,
Or
I'm
we
aware of that.
take the risk of chucking it into the Whitewood or something, letting her find it away from a populated place. Not specifically, just.
I don't see where letting her have it is a good idea.
It keeps her from attacking a populated city.
They're going to attack populated cities eventually, regardless.
Oh, fine, it delays it. It's a thought. Ideally, my first thought was actually to just take it, try to play keep away, but I realize we can't successfully do that without some extra resources that we don't have.
I don't necessarily disagree on that one. But
because even with the horses and cart, even if we just had like straight riding horses, the fact that we have to stop to rest would counteract any advantage we had of being mounted with the undead army, correct? From kind of what we can, I guess, try and make an educated guess.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Riding horses are more expensive. You would each need your own, and they would each require animal handling checks to provide any significant movement boost.
I was less suggesting it, more logicking out the fact that wouldn't actually help play keep away effectively, because the fact that we need sleep nullifies the speed.
yeah,
Yeah, let's get to Kirkwin first and see what Saramov knows, if anything, and tell him what we know.
Okay. Any other?
Considering this all, no, I was just gonna say, considering this all hinging and hoping on the fact that they just follow the spear and don't just bulldozed upon.
yeah.
Any other communications to anybody on the way?
Not that I can think of.
Okay. Well,
Is there anything more from Regina on the tablet?
That's the thing to check.
Is that
okay.
everything?
After about an hour or so, I assume you're checking the tablet fairly regularly at this point.
Yeah.
After about an hour or so, you do see more writing scrawled upon the tablet. It says, Linnea has been resumed. We will send Bast northward to Carriquin with the spear on a riding horse. He's the best we have to do this. Unless you would advise a full team go with him, he would make ground quicker on his own.
I get the logic, I do.
I would explain to her our plan to meet him there faster. Like,
Okay.
going back to talk to Malkazeer, he can get us to Carriquin quicker. We'll meet Boss there.
Yeah. And I'll explain that as I'll say that it's like I hope that the departure of the spear means that the undead will turn away.
You will shortly get back. Acknowledged. I hope so too. If
We'd still
Lydia
get to
could
the
not
bottom.
defend, we certainly cannot. So, It is my understanding that after your normal day's travel back towards Cairquin, you get to the point where the large, imposing, opulent stone walls of Genavium. I may have misspoke again. I don't remember. Of Genavium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have so many towns in my name right now.
In your name?
I have so much going on. Just DMing. Just MDing.
It's okay, Jack. Most of the time we do know what you mean.
Yeah, I know. So much going on. You guys don't understand. It's like a constant episode of Numbers just going on up here. Anyway, yes, after a normal's day of travel with your horse-drawn wagon here, you get to the point where you can see the city. It will take 2 more hours pushing these horses beyond their normal level of comfort. It is my understanding that you wish to do so.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, horsies. This is important.
Omen, I need you to go ahead and roll me an animal handling check. This will basically be their force march constitution check.
And I'm guessing this is essentially applying over an extended period, right? For both the horses and Omen.
Right. This is over the course of 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, over the course of 1 hour, and then another one over the course of another hour.
Cool.
Yeah.
No guts.
No god.
Okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
Yeah, that's what I
I was
figured.
gonna
If
say,
anyone
like,
has
I
any way
think-
to recover exhaustion or something on the horses, perhaps, but I don't think anybody has something like that.
I don't.
No, the only thing I was thinking was calm emotion, but I think that only lasts like a minute.
Yeah, that's not going to do much.
I think it lasts like an hour, honestly.
Maybe, I don't know.
Calm emotions
that long.
wouldn't,
Like
give
that.
them any more physical fortitude, though.
Yeah.
No,
Reduce
but
their
it would make
tiredness.
them less likely to,
Sure.
be...
It does.
Mm.
Uh, 10.
Isn't that the first threshold?
There are, other complications going into this. Because a 10, I will write down another note for our after show. Okay. With that, the horses do seem quite fidgety. And there seems to be a fight between something fraying their nerves, their own level of exhaustion, and of course Omen's will to drive them forward. And he's having just about enough success to be able to do so. They're fighting you every step of the way for this next hour, but you do manage to push on. The next check will be more difficult, and I will say it would be at disadvantage.
Do we just want to call it and get some sleep anyway? Get up early? Or do we?
could keep trying to push on, but I fear what we may have. I don't want to push them any further in hopes that it won't hinder us.
Yeah. We should probably rest. We're gonna end up parked right outside that same farm, aren't we?
You're going a different direction this time.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay. I mean, that's fine, even if you did successfully manage to push forward. If Malkazeer was able to immediately do it, then you would be teleported over to Genovium and then have to rest anyway. Because it's still at the end of your travel day, too, so doing anything more exhaustive going forward would have... I mean, you would have had to push yourselves. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you can rest up. Let me run through my series of equations.
Definitely not the best night's sleep Andrew's ever gotten.
I doubt it's anyone's best night of sleep.
Plenty of worry. It is also a full moon.
Does that?
Yeah, that's making me nervous too. I was like, I don't know if it affects anything, but
The full moon is the full moon isn't as problematic as the new moon, if you remember from your Genovian theology. The
I
new
know that's
moon
when, like,
being when
Ray's
Mina
asleep, right?
is asleep. The full moon
Asleep, yeah.
is when
She's
Mina
fully
is
awake.
most
Oh, yeah.
awake and keeping an eye on the world. So if anything, if you believe in the theology of Mina, this is the safest under her watch.
okay. Cool. Tali's
But
gonna
some
do
creatures
some
do
cleric
thrive
stuff.
in the full moon, such
Yeah,
as werewolves and perhaps other creatures.
Okay.
It's like that doesn't affect the lichen blood hunters, does it?
Only at only once the alchemically infused blood through ritual and experience has over time and levels and time and levels and time, then yes, it can influence. If you recall, when you were fighting Adderhast, it was during a full moon, and he was a bit more buffed up than usual.
Yeah. Okay. Because I asked you that before and you never answered.
No. You get the sense that he was a bit more buffed up than usual. Since you've seen him in his lichen form before, he was definitely more imposing and a bit more savage. But he's had lichen blood for decades.
A lot longer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let's see here. Gotcha. Okay. So, when you wake up the next morning, it doesn't take you long to head back into Genovium. There's no news on the tablet, and you hear no more voices in your head. Especially Tali, who seems to be catatonic at the moment.
She's having technical difficulties.
Yes, I see that. Stand by while our cleric has an enlightening vision, or something like that.
Hopefully not a lightning vision.
Bear with us as our overlays are a bit skewed, and by a bit I mean very. We're going to hope this just doesn't take long. You make it back into Genovium without any problem. You are again stopped at the gate, but that process doesn't take terribly long, and you can even mention that you have urgent business with the Archmage, and they will expedite that experience.
Sure, we'll do that.
Yeah. I assume You stow your horses and your cart at the Southgate Caravansary.
Mm-hmm.
There's a remark about, didn't you guys leave like yesterday?
Don't.
All right. They take your cart plus new horses now and stow them again. Give you a ticket for when you need to pick them up, and you can head to the arcane census.
Yeah, Ander, how's that going?
Well, considering that I'm guessing we have to go to a graveyard for this to work, I was going to wait outside.
Yeah, we can just go in and tell Malkazeer that we're here. Or I can just use sending.
I would probably go in.
Okay.
And if for some reason I do have to go in, I guess send me a sending and I'll try and figure something out.
Okay.
So, Omen doesn't know this, but I'm sure that Tali and Aquila and Sevgi probably would remember from the last time that they went to visit Malkazeer. There are very certainly graves in the courtyard
And
of this place.
that's the thing. I was like, I'm pretty sure he's got some stuff right there. No way he's using some random graveyard.
I don't think there's any way.
So we hope by invoking his, well, I guess, do we send him a sending and see if he can just get us carte blanche to walk in? Because if anyone does any kind of scanning or looks, that book is going to throw every warning off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I can use sendings to Malkazeer. Maybe like we're outside. Can you get us in without needing to get checked in?
Or I was gonna say, it's like, given the urgency of the matter, is there any way that we can bypass the security check?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, no, make it seem less sketchy. Not more.
So we're here. Is there a way for us to bypass security because of the urgency of the situation?
I would say, it's like, I'd say start with the urgency of it, just
Okay.
phrasing.
Gotcha. So we're outside due to the urgency of the situation. Is there a way for us to bypass security?
Or just security check, yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Hope that's
Interesting.
good for us.
I don't know.
I suppose you would be wanting all of your mercenary equipment you rely on during this travel.
Yeah.
That would normally be confiscated, held. I should be able to get you around that with any...
Yes.
without too many prying eyes. So, it's, unless there's anything more you want to say back to him, because he does sort of trail off there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
I
is.
assume he'll be coming down
No,
Yeah.
that's not what he said.
or sending Alessandra or something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Let me make some notes here. See what Malkazeer is up to in this whole situation.
Yeah, what's he up to in this whole situation?
Okay, so a few minutes go by. Let me ask this first. Are you waiting outside the census? Did you step into the intake room and are just like, hold on a second? Do you step in and be like, Malkazeer, any moment now?
We can probably just.
I would think my personal reaction would be to wait outside for a little while, and then if nothing happened, walk in.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like give it whatever feels like 5 to 10 minutes, I suppose, and then
Yeah.
okay, and then probably be like,
I'll stick my head in.
Malkazeer. Yeah.
Yeah, we're him.
Well, like before we bother going through security, I believe we have a pass coming. Essentially,
Yeah, I don't think you normally give passes.
I don't.
It's like,
we got
we're
a fast
waiting for
pass to the
someone to.
Archmage. We don't wait
Yeah,
in
so we're
line.
waiting for somebody to meet us here real quick. Just give us, however long it takes.
Okay. So, a few minutes go by. You give it 5-10 minutes or so, and at that point, the antsiness gets to you as you feel like you need to get going, and you can head inside. I presume Ander being at the rear of this admittance line.
Yes.
And they begin their normal intake process. At which point you mention that the Archmage of Necromancy, that you have an appointment with the Archmage of Necromancy, an immediate appointment with the Archmage of Necromancy, and that he should be sending word down shortly to expedite you into the arcane census. In doing so, they would still like to record what sort of equipment you have on you. But even the dangerous things like your swords, well, Aquila, your swords as a blood hunter, you'd be able to keep those anyway. But they would like to record what everybody is bringing in with them, just so they know how dangerous you are going to be, and
Reasonably.
otherwise at least begin going through the normal plodding bureaucratic process of intake into the arcane census until Malkazeer does actually show up to handle this.
Yep, definitely have Ander at the back of that line.
Okay. They do get through
Stall a little bit.
they do get through the first couple of you, Aquila, Tali. And they get to Omen at this point, when Malkazeer himself actually comes down through the doors. The attendants at the front, the attendants that are doing this intake process, continue what they are doing until they suddenly stop, look over at Malkazeer, nod their head, and just motion for you to go past.
Moving on.
That was a little creepy, but sure, yeah, going in.
Yeah, let's not look too much into that.
Let me check something here. Okay. So, you proceed into the arcane census without any additional hassle. Malkazeer leads you through the grounds of the arcane census campus, past the majestic statue of Suella, and past the library dedicated to the enrichment of arcane knowledge through her, and proceed into the halls of the College of Necromancy. He takes you up all the way to the top of his tower at the College of Necromancy, and you head into his office. Ellie is standing there. It's strange. You come to think that you see Ellie standing there. Ellie previously always being at his side. It is that point when Malkazeer disappears, a door on the other side of the room opens, and Malkazeer steps out.
Huh. Cool.
Makes sense.
And he motions for you to join him in this room, which you don't remember being there the last time you were here, for those of you who were here last time. You head inside past this door, and you're standing within what looks like a very old stone mausoleum. There is no structural way this building would fit where it is in this College of Necromancy. The air in this room is quite warmer than it was on the other side of the doorway. There are sconces of polished brass, which are alight in flames. Moving, it's a rather small room. You move down a flight of stone stairs into this flame-lit room below. And you see on a pedestal what looks like a sarcophagus filled with this black sand.
This is both creepy and really cool.
You desire a destination somewhere nearby Carquin, yes?
Yes, in Carquin.
Yes.
I can get you to... one of the more aristocratic cemeteries just within the ritual boundary of the city.
That
That would be perfect.
that would be wonderful. We very much
Very well.
appreciate you allowing this. I meant granting this, really.
Is that all you will require?
I think so.
Unless you
Yeah, just
can.
getting us to Kirkland.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm hoping that's all we will require from.
A simple favor. To be called upon later.
I
And he waves his
suspected.
hands, and the
Okay.
black sand within the sarcophagus shakes a bit and parts and begins to form stairs down into this sarcophagus, deeper down into the floor than this raised platform would otherwise lead you to believe possible.
I mean, we've seen him come out of it one before, so.
You can. I should also point out at the apex of this chamber, there is a dome just overneath this sarcophagus, and made out of what looks like stained glass, and there does seem to be light shining in through it, but it's stained glass of reds and oranges, is the same almost fireball-like motif, this time with a skull depicted in this domed red and orange stained glass, very much like the ring he wears. It flashes. He waves you forward. This will not last long. Be quick.
That's it. Ander, yeah, would definitely not hesitate.
He does watch you, Ander, as everybody, but as you specifically, he keeps an eye on with a little smirk to him as the five of you hurriedly run down the stairway.
He's got you figured out.
Fine. Ander is definitely more concerned about trying to do something right now to
He's
help.
not going to report you.
Not so long as he doesn't feel like he should.
You run down this stairway for what feels like 20, 30 feet. And then somehow you step forward, but you feel like you're stepping up, and you realize you're coming out of a stairway somewhere else. Coming up through a stairway somewhere else. There was some weird dimensional folding there that you didn't really pick up on. But you were going
I'll
down and
MC
then at
Escher
some
for a
point you
second.
were, yeah, pretty much. It's disorienting. As you are traveling down, you get colder and colder. The air gets staler and drier as you move. It's uncomfortable for you, Aquila. But not damaging. Just unsettling and uncomfortable for the most of you. But you make your way out of a very different and much more Genavian style crypt, mausoleum, whatever you may call it. And you make your way out of that small stone burial crypt and out into what looks like a fairly ritzy graveyard, if you even want to call that. There aren't freestanding grave plots just about. There are
So it's a proper
monumental-
cemetery, basically.
What's that?
It's a proper cemetery.
Yes, but instead of just gravestones with plots, it is full crypts and mausoleums.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean by
and-
cemetery. It's
Sure,
the whole big thing.
sure, yeah.
Don't suppose there's any random people to see us.
There definitely are.
Oh, darn.
From what I can see, can I tell kind of where we are in Carquin?
You're outside.
know-
You're outside the wall. You are. It looks like you are just outside. Just south of being outside the western gate.
Okay.
So you
We
presumably have to head back through Carquin to go out the east gate. That would lead back to Dupont. If your plan is still to, kind of meet in the middle. I don't remember where
Well,
we landed.
the first thing was to go directly to Saramov.
Okay.
While
Yeah.
someone is on their way, since we were hoping this will give us a big speed advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and talk to Saramov, appraise him of everything we know, and then meet whoever was coming.
Yeah, by the way, I would pull out the tablet and write to Regina that we have arrived in Carquin.
Okay.
She's gonna be so surprised.
I don't know. She may have figured that we pulled something.
I did say we were going to talk to Malkazeer to have him get us to.
Yeah.
Right. Never mind.
I-
I forgot
she's
that part.
Okay.
Let us
Probably
have
experienced enough to realize that the Archmage probably has teleporty stuff.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Boy, we owe him a favor. That's fun.
So, you can make your way into Carquin. You no longer have horses or a cart to worry about stabling. And find your way into one of the more aristocratic hilltop estate areas of Carquin, to where Saramov's estate to be. It looks that the home has been... there's a new addition, a new wing put onto it. If you hadn't seen the home before, it would be indistinguishable from... The addition would be indistinguishable from the base home. It is very well integrated into the architecture. And there is a small garage, you could say, for the carriage that he has just outside.
Right, that fancy carriage.
The super fancy, time-bending carriage, or however it
The
manages
TARDIS
to do what it
carriage.
does. Yeah.
Magic.
You
Yeah, but we
can
called it
head
the car.
you can head inside the gates of his estate, past his perfect flower beds, and into a building that is even more opulent and even more magically secured via fancy whitewood additions, even more so than the Guildhall at Genavium, though not unusual to the other estates of the area. Not nearly one of the biggest, most ostentatious, or even the most secured, but still a very, very nice manor estate. You can knock on the door. You are greeted by the same servant man that you have met before. This late middle-aged, kind of scrawny individual, who is very friendly, treated White quite well. He looks like somebody who has lived a full life for quite a while, and then has been properly groomed and attired to be a consummate manservant, butler. And he welcomes you inside, directs you to the parlor that you are familiar with, and lets you know that Master Saramov will be with you shortly. And I believe that is where we were going to pick up, because it's 7 o'clock.
Just about, yeah.
Anders.
Hey, real quick. Did we say we were here for Saramov? Or did we knock on the door and he just opens it and it's like, yes, Saramov is expecting
Well,
you?
I mean, we have communicated with Regina.
That's fair. I was just...
The door doesn't open in anticipation of your presence. You
No,
will
no, I
knock
didn't.
and the butler will open and be like, "Oh, hello, you are the People's Ascension. Yes, we were expecting you."
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I didn't think it just opened before we knocked. It was...
Right. Well, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, magic.
To
and
some
all that.
He's on his way out. He was just like
All right.
looking out the window.
Okay. Yeah. So I think this is where we're going to call it.
I feel like things happened.
Things definitely happened. Some interesting choices were made. I am quite proud of you for realizing that Malkazeer would have teleportation magics, and
Good
went with
job,
the
Steven.
risk cost benefit calculation of making that favor with Malkazeer. I like it.
It's good.
Well,
It's good
we're
stuff.
either going to
Anders-
succeed or
Anders'
the world's
first
going to.
step into the arcane census. That was a milestone.
Didn't even really get to appreciate it.
Not really.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I should be both way more terrified and way more like taking this in, but bigger things to worry about.
Bigger stakes. Yeah. It could have gone a lot differently.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was very close to going very differently.
yeah.
No, the deal with Malkazeer is fine. Either we're gonna survive this and the problem will be taken care of, in which case fine, whatever you want. Or it's gonna be an undead world and it won't matter.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like if anything, it shouldn't be a favor because he's the one that wanted us to investigate this in the first place. So
It's a favor. Because he didn't have to do this for us. Especially
I mean,
considering we
I don't
kind
know.
of failed the mission that he actually sent us.
I
Yeah,
still
now we're
don't
trying to
think
make it
we
better.
failed that mission. He was very vague about what he wanted us to do. Find the cult
Yeah.
presence. He didn't say stop
Yeah.
the cult presence. Like,
Oh,
He should have been more specific.
I thought
Either
he
way.
did
He
mention
said identify
preventing it.
and learn. Identify,
Yeah.
learn, and report back.
Oh, there we go. That's what we did.
we
So he
didn't
didn't
fail
actually tell us to
We
stop
we
it.
succeeded.
his quest.
Ander considers it a failure because Ander, by the time it was done, the objective became stop the undead from getting up.
Honestly, I expected her to get raised.
I feel like we were right there on the hair of actually stopping it, so.
I feel like I'm not surprised that it actually happened, but it would have been cool if it didn't.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, a lot of interesting stuff today. Some things definitely happened. We had a lot of great character building and role play moments, especially in the first half of this episode. I thought that was fantastic. So, great job, all of you. Exploring your characters and delving into some interesting things. There are some scenes that I don't think will be happening, or at least will be pushed back, which is interesting. I was
What
looking
scenes?
forward to describing how Lydiad was hit, but you guys decided to turn around. It's just Lydiad. That place doesn't like us anyway.
No, it's more just, again, bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. No, it makes sense. Makes sense.
We'll see it later.
Once again,
Maybe.
if we could have caught up, if I thought we had a chance of catching up and actually doing something, that would have been different.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
at this point, it's now the task is mitigation,
Mm-hmm.
trying to control damage as opposed to prevent it. I think.
Okay. Well, with that, I certainly have some things to think about for next week. I'm very excited to see what we get up to next week. I'm sure it will be very exciting. This is where we're going to end this episode, so thank you for joining us for this experience. I hope you enjoyed it. We will of course be back next Saturday at 2:00 at our usual time, unless I'm having more beef
I was gonna say,
jerky or
will
tea
we?
related
Will we?
problems. I added my addendum there.
Get a dehydrator; they're much easier,
Yeah.
and you can get them cheap.
Hmm?
Said you can get dehydrators for fairly cheap.
You can.
Yeah.
It worked fine. I have one.
Okay.
It's dirt cheap,
Haven't
but it
been
works
more
all right.
fun, though.
Yeah.
Something to look into. Yeah. Anyway, on top of our normal games every Saturday, you can catch us back here on Wednesday nights at 7:00 for some more World Building Wednesday. Not sure what we're getting up to this week. I have some ideas. Still plenty of things we can go back and work on. But if you would like to give us any suggestions for World Building Wednesday, you can pop those in the comments here. You can head over to YouTube. You can head down to the Discord. You can head over to Twitter. I try to keep an eye on everything. So join our community. Say hello to us. Be involved in the experience that is the world of the People's Ascension. And of course, if you like what we're doing, we have links for the Patreon and one-time only tips if you want to help us out. All of that will go towards bettering the channel and making more content like this, and more varied shows on a more regular basis and whatnot. I think that's all I have to announce. Unfortunately, my the opening announcements were missed because my microphone wasn't plugged in. So I will remind you again that I am on Tuesdays at 7 o'clock over at twitch.tv/StudioTembo with my good friend Jeff Harvey playing some Star Trek Adventures. If you want some sci-fi to go along with your fantasy here, we're getting into some interesting stuff. We helped birth a space whale. We jumped into a black hole. And now
You
we're
guys
heading
had some
towards another
interesting
black hole.
character moments.
Some really interesting character moments last game. Really
Yeah.
low-key game. Didn't have a lot of story movement, but a lot of good character building stuff. Very player-driven.
Yeah, the
driven
training
story.
was amusing.
Yeah, it's good. I recommend it. If you like Star Trek, it's very different to this game, but if you like Star Trek, very, very true to form. Anyway, that's Tuesday. We have Wednesdays, Thursdays. I'm probably going to be doing some more XCOM with the People's Ascension. Maybe some model building, but since we didn't do much on Star Trek last week, I'll probably save that for yet another week going by. Monday we'll see. Thursday we'll see, and then Saturday we have another game. So that's the tentative schedule for the People's Ascension here. And stop over by the Discord or the Twitter if you want more frequent updates. Our community is growing, so I hope to see you there. Well, that's all I got. Another fantastic game, all of you. I believe we are now going to stop the stream here and go record an after show, because I know Christian and Tali have some things that they mentioned they were thinking about throughout the game that I would like to hear about, on top of everybody's thoughts, because we had some great moments. So if you would like to see those after shows again, that is part of our Patreon adventure. I believe it's adventure tier and higher. Unlocks after shows on top of other great things, and we get some very interesting insights from the players there. Great tinfoil hash. Those are conspiracy theory moments. Thoughts about things that just happened. Thoughts about things that will happen. And what I think are really helpful examples for how you should be wrapping up your games at the end of your session, making sure that everybody's on the same page and still having fun, because table maintenance is important. So we're going to do that. So everybody stay safe out there, stay healthy, keep having fun, and we will check back next week and of course throughout the week for some more People's Ascension and People's Ascension related things. Everybody have a nice weekend, guys. We'll catch you later.
Bye.
Bye.